All right, we back? Hopefully site's back. I know that everybody else will be back in a second. Sorry. Just something that I should not have shown. There we go. Thank you very much again, Saki Tanuki, for another 5 gifted subs. This is very cute. Little Tanuki we got here. Just be careful whenever you're buying these patterns. Some of them will be AI generated. This one does not look like it will be. I mean, best of luck with this. The amigurumi is not like terribly complicated. It's just the amigurumi is not terribly complicated. It's just like single crochets for like the overwhelming majority of it. And then sometimes you have to learn how to increase and learn how to decrease, but both of those are really easy. Anyway, real quick, before we get on with Tina, because that's at 4, I wanted to talk real quick about Yonkers. Yonkers was amazing. So I got there, and we went to the hotel together, and I got to see Vosh briefly. I got to see Riverboat Jack, Dreg, Sam from We're in Hell. Sam from We're in Hell. We got what else? One sec. Sorry, I gotta do something real quick. Monetize my stream here. Why is that the thumbnail? Interesting. Come on, update already. Okay, there we go. Monetize. There we go. Okay. All right. So Yonkers, New York, real quick before we talk about, we're gonna get into the Biden stuff, the debate stuff. New to your channel. Thank you very much, Safik Wombat. Appreciate that. It was great. So I got to meet Dreg, if you know who he is. I got to meet Vosh. I got to meet Sam from We're in Hell. I got to meet James from Chill Goblin. I haven't heard of We're in Hell or Chill Goblin, but they seem really nice. Well, they were really nice. They were amazing people. Everyone there was amazing. Let's see. There was Ariana. I can't remember her last name. She's like an Instagram slash Twitch. Not Twitch. Twitter. Not Twitter. Instagram slash TikTok person. I got to meet her. She was great. Who's that one chick? There was another Instagrammer, and I can't remember her name. I can't remember. Surus. Neko Surus was there. Sorry, that's not a her. There was somebody else I was thinking of. But Neko Surus was there. Neko Surus was amazing. Love Surus's videos. I watch him all the time. Just very wholesome, very great guy. Love him to death. We had it was some interesting conversations about like anti-theism and, you know, to what extent you know, you should go ham on it. Because, like, I feel like I've been going pretty hard on the theists lately, and I want to dial it back just a little bit, because I think it's not unwarranted, but it is, like, not going to help with recruiting and with people watching my videos. So I'm still atheist. I'm still going to rail against Christians when they deserve it, but I think that I'm going to dial it back just a little bit, because I have made people who are either Christian or some other denomination or some other religion uncomfortable, and I don't want to do that. You are allowed to believe in religion. You're allowed to believe in whatever God you want. It's when you start extending it to other people or saying or forcing them to do things that they don't want to do, where it becomes a problem. And I want to make sure that that's clear. But, well, like I said, I was watching a lot of Actual Jake, and I like Actual Jake a lot, and I'm gonna let him do the railing. I think that I'm just going to try to dial it back a little bit. Actual Jake is doubling back down on his anti-theism content. That's why I, yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, that's why I went the direction that I did with it. I took a note from him. And I love Actual Jake. Once again, I think he's doing great work. It's just that it's not me. You know what I mean? It's not me. Tipping the fedora too hard. I was going a little bit Reddit atheist, but I will say it brought in the views, okay? It definitely brought in the views. But yeah, Yonkers was great. We went outside for a little bit. I wonder if Progressive Victories posted any of my interviews. I did some interviews with people. Lumiru was there. Lumiru was great. We did an interview together. I interviewed them, and they were going to interview me, but we didn't get around to it. There was a lot of camera issues. So, you know, we just didn't get around to it. But we both were in charge of the interviews, basically. And I think I did a pretty good job. I wasn't like super neutral or anything, but I think I did a pretty good job on the interviews, like asking the important questions and such. So, yeah, it was fun. I can't believe that was only 4 days ago, or I guess 5 days ago now they streamed that. Yeah, Progressive Victories channel is going to be uploading. They haven't uploaded it yet, but it's going to be fun. Thank you so much, Perry Icefire, for joining the Tier 1 subscription plan. I appreciate you on YouTube. Get to see early access content now. Very nice. And you get a sweet badge next to your name. Very nice. I like Jake too, but he does go way too hard on the point of being off-putting. I think it's funny. I like it. I hope he doesn't change. It's just, I'm not going to be doing it. That's all. I'm going to leave it to him. One last thing before I ask Tina if she's ready to get on. This guy is obsessed with homosexuality, the video. The guy who it was about watched the video, and I tried to get him on. We went into DMs together. I tried to get him on, but he was saying that, you know, we had planned to debate today, or have a discussion at the very least. But unfortunately, he just wasn't feeling it. Says that he didn't like that I implied that he hates gay people. And in honesty, I don't think that he thinks that he hates gay people. You know, like, people don't think that they hate gay people, usually. Unless they're, like, very open homophobes. But the problem is, and I used to be a homophobe myself, back when I was a conservative, like, years and years back. The problem is, there's no hate like Christian love. So if they're trying to tell you that what you're doing is sinful and you're going to go to hell, and they're like evangelizing to you, or even if they just say that like you're sinning, right? I believe that you're sinning. That is an indication of hatred, or thinking that you're lesser than me. You know, it's like what Melanie Mack did. So yeah, unfortunately we can't get him on, but would have been nice. Would have been nice to have a conversation with him. Instead, he said he's going to make a response video where he definitely will not insult me, apparently. I don't really care if he does. I kind of hoped that he would, honestly. Because I insulted him, and I'm frankly not sorry about it. The most that I ceded to him was that I was presumptuous in his beliefs. But I feel like the presumption was, like, warranted. Just because, like, that's usually what ends up happening when... Like, that's usually what ends up happening when you take, like, your, like, scientific beliefs on being gay too far, if that makes sense. Like, if you're homophobic and you, like, delve into, like, the science of it, quote unquote, and you're like, well, you can technically deconvert people from being gay and this and that and whatever. So, I don't know. Should I switch cameras? Is this too distracting? Just real quick, should I switch cameras? Is this too distracting? Because if it's too distracting, I'll switch cameras. How did you leave conservatism? That is a long story. It started out as being a liberal. Camera's fine. Cool with it. Camera's cool. Okay, as long as you guys are fine with it. I just can't stand the tearing. I'll try to figure out what's going on with it. Maybe I'll bring it in to get it repaired or something. Probably need to move a little bit more to honestly tell with the cam. Like, see that tearing? Like going down the screen? Awful. If it were only on my end, I wouldn't care. But I've seen the videos. Like, I know that it's, yeah. Not a big deal? Okay, well, if you guys say so. Oh no, that tearing hurts. Here, let me compare. Let me compare. Okay. Here's the difference. Thoughts? It's a lot less saturated. And the positioning's a little off, but I think I can work with it. This camera looks good. That one? Okay, we'll switch. We'll switch for today. I'll try to get the other camera figured out. It just sucks. It's whatever. Zoom a little more. Push me to the side there. Okay, I think that's good. It's very HD. I don't like the coloring on it. Okay, Tina's still doing her thing, so we're gonna get her on in a second. More natural color works. It's too bright in the back. I just wish it weren't so damn bright. Auto white balance. Yeah, I reset to the default. Ah! Okay, wait, I like that better. The sharpness is good. Makes you look like an angel. A little bit. Let me close the door the rest of the way. It doesn't really help. It's whatever. We'll work it out. I think it's good enough for now. Oh, you know what I could do? Go green screen. What do you think? Think it's time? That way we can turn the lights down. What should I put behind me? The Legion of Doom. A gay Trump. I could, let's see. The bunker? Isn't this the Gunter bunker? That's a fair point. Fallout bunker. Jolly Roger Bay background from Mario 64. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, that was the end of the playlist. Oh, well. I could just leave it green. Or we could do like the debate setup. I'd be fine any old way. Let me pull this up again. Just see. See, like if I do that, then... Will you talk about Chevron ruling Supreme Court just did? I don't know about it, so probably not. But I could. If people want that. It's just too damn bright. If I turn down the brightness, maybe... I think... Okay, you know what? That works. I think that works. I think that's good. We'll roll with that. Just make sure the React cam is good. That's still the original camera, and it's still tearing. Yeah, it's still tearing. We'll fix this real quick. Okay. Transform, edit. We're gonna get started in just a second, guys. I promise. Just be patient. Just be patient. We're gonna get started. Crop left. Yes. 200 maybe? 300? Perhaps 350? Perhaps 360? Okay, 370 is good. And then crop the top. I think that's good. And then the bottom. There we go. Okay, that's good. I see kind of both sides of this at face value. People get raided by the ATF because they have very ambiguous gun law interpretation, but it's not good for other agencies. Maybe I don't know enough about it, though. Yeah, I don't know. That was small. It is kind of small. Should we make it bigger? I don't know. Do you guys like chat here, or do you like it smaller? I think it's fine right there. I think that's good. Yes, OBS, indeed, indeed. As far as the debate, like I said, we're gonna get into it with Tina when she gets here, but yeah, it was not good. It was not good. Not good, folks. I guess you could say I'm fine with anything. The problem is that reversing Chevron makes it to where regulatory agencies can't do their jobs properly. Let me just look it up real quick. Chevron ruling. Supreme Court strikes down Chevron, curtailing power of federal agencies. In a major ruling, the Supreme Court on Friday cut back sharply on the power of federal agencies to interpret the laws they administer and ruled that courts should rely on their own interpretation of ambiguous laws. Okay. The decision will likely have a far-reaching effect across the country, from environmental regulation to healthcare costs. The justices overruled the landmark 1984 decision in Chevron v. Natural Resources Defense Council, which gave rise to the doctrine known as the Chevron Doctrine. Under the doctrine, if Congress had not directly addressed the question at the center of a dispute, a court was required to uphold the agency's interpretation of the statute as long as it was reasonable. But in a 35-page ruling by Chief Justice John Roberts, the justices rejected that doctrine, calling it fundamentally misguided. Justice Elena Kagan dissented in an opinion joined by Justices Sonia Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson. Kagan predicted that Friday's ruling, quote, will cause a massive shock to the legal system. I guess I'm not, okay, so I'm a little stupid. I guess I'm not understanding what the effects of this will be. They argued over who can golf better. It was not great. The 99% net negative. Chevron overruling effects. Stripping power from federal agencies to interpret and enforce. So basically, it's just going to give power back to corporations when they go to court. Cool. So if there's a dispute, it's basically just going to fall in favor of the corporation. So that's cool. The ruling eventually became a target for those seeking to curtail the administrative state, who argued that courts rather than federal agencies should say what the law means. The justices had rebuffed earlier requests. So basically, so it's not so much that like corporations get the say, technically, it's that they can like more easily go to court over it. Is that right? Courts can ignore EPA regulations. So basically, so in liberal areas, the judge will rule in favor of the federal agency, probably. But in conservative areas, the judge is going to rule in favor of the corporation. So it basically just neuters federal agencies' ability. So like the EPA. The EPA essentially has no power now. It's just like corporations can decide in conservative areas, especially if they want to sue over something, and then they can. So that's cool. Very cool, very cool. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that, SCOTUS. This is why, even despite, guys, even in spite of the abysmal performance last night, this is why it's going to be so crucial to beat Trump, okay? And we're going to talk about how fucking pissed off I am at the liberals, by the way, okay? They don't get a free pass on this. Even they don't know they fucked up. Okay? It's not great. I'm going to turn up the brightness a little bit. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm blending into the wall a little bit, but it's whatever. We'll fix my camera soon. A good one. Thank you, SCOTUS. Very cool. All right, Tina's going to be on soon. I'll read more about it, but yeah, these things are hard to understand the impact of as a non-expert. This literally gives people like MTG power over implementing climate change policy. Yeah, it's great. Love that for us. If there's one thing we needed with like soaring temperatures, right? Like record numbers every single consecutive summer, it's for corporations to be allowed to overrule federal agencies. It's great. The non-Luntz focus groups. What's this? Hold on, this is chat. OBS automatically opens like its own browser window, so I have to copy paste every link. It sucks. I'm sure there's a way to change that. I just haven't. Okay, if you haven't been watching the Univision FG of undecided Latino voters, nearly every single undecided voter says they now support Biden, not Trump. Latinos were watching and listening, and Trump sounded like a crazy liar.
Fue el tema que más...
Here, we'll play this when Tina gets on. We'll play these when Tina gets on. I think, okay, so, yeah, I don't know. It is Guntering time, yes. It's Gunter time. It's also Tina time. Here, I'll link you guys. If you are not following Tina 2 yet. This is who we're going to be talking to in a second here. The Canadoid herself, Tina 2, who gets to weigh in on our election for some reason. This tweet, I think, is something worth considering. It's hard to lay complete blame on Dem establishment because although Biden is old, you have to weigh potentially less likely to win. You have to weigh the cons of him being old against the pros of making Democrats potentially less likely to win by to replace incumbent and having a contested primary. I just personally think, right? I understand that take, but I think that like the Democrats flopped by not putting somebody else forward. Like, yeah, you have better odds if you run the incumbent, unless the incumbent is a shambling corpse. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. These things are so fucking cool. I love these. Twitch is fake news. Only YouTube is fair and balanced. That's pretty true. The reason I quit Twitch is because they wouldn't ban somebody that literally sexually harassed Tina. So that's cool. I get to be gay now. Am I gay enough for the gay club? Gay. Am I not turtly enough for the turtle club? Turtle. I don't want to vote Biden after seeing that debate. I was on the fence about voting for him before. But why? That's my thing is why. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but if you're in my chat and you're not voting for Biden, that's kind of not smart. Like, you are... I don't want to put us on a pedestal, guys, but like most of us here are smarter politically than like the vast majority of America. Okay, let's be real. That's just the way that it is. Yeah, vote third party. So it's either going to be Trump or Biden at the end of the day, and I'd rather have Biden. I would rather have Biden. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't vote. Yeah, you can. Just break the law. Who else are going to vote for? The argument is that there's no point. That's the argument that people are putting forward, is that there's no point because it's over, it's done, it's game over, like GG no re, the Republicans are going to win. And I'm sorry, that's just not true. Even if you're in a red state, go vote, okay? Seriously. I can't stand people who say you should vote third party. Yeah, it's just not in the cards right now. If we had ranked choice voting, you could vote third party for your first choice, and then if the third party vote loses, your vote falls over to the Democrats or whoever else, right? Like it basically, the reason that they don't want ranked choice voting is because it would make progressive politics accelerate much faster in this country, because that way you could vote. You could write in Bernie Sanders. You could just write in Bernie Sanders as your first option. And then for your second option, you can say, well, okay, if Bernie Sanders doesn't win, we'll put my vote to Joe Biden. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the ideal way to do it. Okay, Tina's calling. I'm going to start recording and pull her on. Oh, and I got to put on my headphones.
I'm mad.
Hey, what's up? Give me just a second.
I'm mad because you didn't pick up.
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
very sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, there we go.
Okay, I was gonna ask, did you want to watch the whole thing together?
Because
I don't mind doing that. I think there were some things I didn't pick up.
some things you didn't pick up. I think I'll run a poll in my chat. I'll ask. I know she's loud, guys. I just turned her down. She should be better. Chat, what do you guys want? Do you guys want to watch the whole thing, or do you want to watch just highlights and discuss? What does chat want? And what does Tina's chat want? Let me pull up your chat so I can see. We got highlights. Alex, she a 10, you're at like a 2. That's not very nice.
I'm not even speaking. Wait, what?
Oh, I thought you meant view-wise. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like looks-wise. Wow. I'm very insecure, apparently.
Yeah.
Would you like to do a screen share or just voice?
It's up to you.
Okay, I think we'll just do voice because like I have a camera situation. So
Sure.
okay. All right, but if you are not following Tina2 yet, go follow her. I put the links in the YouTube and site chat. I'll do it again real quick. It's also in the YouTube description. You can go find her at twitch.tv/Tina2. Twitch.tv/Tina2.
Oh shit, wait, is my microphone? Hold on, let me change it.
Like I've said multiple times, you have cake. You look amazing.
Is this better?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you. I'll turn you up a little bit. Can you try saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
3, 4, 5. Check, check, check. Microphone, check.
Okay, I'll turn you down a little bit here, and I think that should be good. Do it one more time. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Check, check, check. I'm about to ban Oasis from my stream.
Really? What? Here, I gotta pop out your chat. There you go.
Say what? What do you want me to say?
Me?
No.
Or Oasis?
My
How about
chat's
these nuts?
talking
That's
to
pretty
me.
true.
Okay, guys, stop saying Alex is 7. That's rude as well. Oh my
It's
god,
fine.
your chat is so fucking...
It's fine.
Oh my god.
I don't personally mind. Just don't be rating Tina. You guys can rate me all you want. Just don't be rating Tina.
Pop
Unless
out
Tina's
these
fine
nuts.
with that.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah,
don't
that's
rate
fine.
me.
Yeah,
I'll
that's fine.
fucking
I don't
kiss
personally care.
myself. Hold on, let me.
I give you
turn
guys permission to
down.
rate me, not Tina.
I think okay.
Balance is really good.
Okay.
Good. Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Now you're. Hold on. I gotta fix you now.
Oh, you gotta fix me. I see how it is.
Yeah. Tina
That's the
is
second
a 10.
time. That's the second time I've been insecure. Everyone's a 10. Period.
Why would you say that in my chat, Modernism?
What'd they say? Oh, I have your chat pulled up.
Who would say that? She
It's up
just
to
cursed
Alec, or
me
you
out.
hate men.
I will do it again. I will do it again, Oasis. You come to my chat.
That's
just
normal
to...
for Tina's chat. They're full of man haters. It's fine.
Yeah, we are.
We forgive them.
If you're a man, get the flip out.
Alex Gunter, worst mistype? No. That's actually pretty common. Everyone thinks my name is Alex. So it's fine. But yeah, it looked like people wanted the highlights.
Okay, so how did you want to watch the highlights? Did you want to watch them in Did you want to pull them up in Discord?
I can screen share.
Okay.
Let's see. We got CNN. See what news outlets around the world are saying about the CNN debate.
Where was what band? Vocal.
Got analysis of. Do you want to watch an analysis or just highlights?
It's up to you. You didn't see it. I've seen it.
Media reports.
Wait, you didn't see the debate?
I said you didn't see it. I saw it.
No, I saw the debate.
Oh, okay. You saw the end of it, not the beginning.
No, I saw all of it. I was listening on the way home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I've seen it. So
Okay.
I'm under no illusion as to
Oh,
like how
okay.
how piss poor Biden did.
Okay.
I don't particularly think Trump did that well either, but he was there at least present, and I just think Biden lost.
It was banned in America. Sorry, I've
Well-
covered it already, chatter, and now I'm like on a different topic, so I'm apologize.
Okay, I'm gonna screen share. I personally have to keep the volume very quiet, so hopefully it's fine on your end.
Okay, I need
Oh,
to
I
do
guess
this.
I guess it's coming through my like my volume, so it should be fine. Hopefully, does that sound fine?
Pleasant reading. It
Hold
has
on.
to be
Too quiet.
said for Joe Biden this morning. Words
How's
like
that? Is that good?
Got it. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we got Biden bombs.
panic, shock, unwell are being used. Tabloids in the United
Unwell.
Kingdom, for example,
That's a word for it.
lambasting Mr.
Wait, can you pause
Biden's
it?
Yeah.
Did you see that? Fuck. Did you see that Obama came out an hour ago and tweeted? Hold on, I'll send you. Have you seen the Obama tweet?
No, I have not.
Oh.
Now I got to see it.
Take a look.
Hold on. Make sure there's not
Oh yeah, you.
porn hopping on my screen. Okay, we're good. Obama. I saw the DNC tweet. Here we go. Bad debate nights happen. Trust me, I know.
Dude,
But this
imagine.
election is-
No. Pause that. Imagine if you had a bad debate performance, and I was just like, and it was pivotal to your career, and I was just like, yeah,
Well, they're
bad
all
stuff
pivotal.
happens.
Yeah,
You know what I mean, though. Like this is
well,
embarrassing.
I expect you to be honest with me, like when I'm
In
when I have a bad night.
private.
Well, unfortunately everybody knows about this. It's not like anybody's under any illusions as to like how bad this was, you know. So I think this is
I
warranted.
know. You're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying even like they pulled out Obama to admit it was bad and be like, but please still vote the Democratic Party.
Please,
Like,
please.
this is so embarrassing.
It is very embarrassing. Bad debate nights happen. Trust me, I know. But this election is still a choice between someone who has fought for ordinary folks his entire life and someone who cares only about himself. Between someone who tells the truth, who knows right from wrong and will give it to the American people straight, someone who lies through his teeth for his own benefit. Last night didn't change that, and that's why so much is at stake in November. He's not wrong. Yeah, he's right. I mean, he's right. He's not incorrect, but he is.
I know.
He is part. Like my problem is like here, the fuck was it? Like this tweet.
Oh
from the
yeah,
Democrats.
the winner of tonight's debate.
The winner of tonight's debate. The winner. He don't even look like he know where he is in this fucking picture. Like I can't look at him the same way anymore. It's bad. It's so bad. Wait.
It was kind of crazy how Trump just straight up said Palestinian like it was a slur. He goes, I don't know if you remember that part. He said, what are you, Palestinian to Biden?
Yeah, no. I don't think Trump looked good either. Let's be clear. I do not
Of
think that Trump
course.
looked very good either. I just think that he looked better than Biden does. I think that he hit. I mean, he talks about the same shit all the time, so he hit like the primary talking points that like his base is looking for, and
Yeah,
Biden would not get away from immigration, and that's like a losing issue for him. I'm sorry, like whatever you
I
feel about
agree.
immigration, that is a losing issue for him, and he just kept taking the bait for it. And I just think that last night was very bad for Biden. Now, from the little bit that I've seen, like Shark Theory Zero, I'll show you real quick. He had a great post on YouTube. Um,
When you lose Jeff Tiedrick, that's it. Like the king of the libs was like, I can't. This is embarrassing. Well, I think Jeff Tiedrick posted something like, "What the fuck was that?"
zoom in a little bit here. No, there we go. Sheesh, bad night for Biden. No clue what happened to his voice tonight, but it helped him bomb the one job he parentheses one he had last night, prove he's totally not too old. Worse, there's real panic at the DNC now after pushing such a geezer. Some Dem loyalists even floating him dropping out. Bro did not look confident at all. Surprisingly, most polled debate watchers say he lost, feel more like he's incompetent, and feel less likely to vote for him. Few actually changed their minds about anyone. But here's the upshot. Currently hidden under the discourse, Biden was effectively able to articulate most of his policies and record in office, answer every question genuinely, and when you could hear him, articulate a real vision forward. In my view, if he was able to project his voice tonight and was less raspy, people would have felt much better. I agree with that. Many swing state voters say they liked his policy, but are not sure if he'll live to enact it. Lamau. Trump, on the other hand, reminded people of his
I
presidency in
don't
a
think
negative
he's
way.
like as close to death as people think he is. Like, I mean, I could be wrong, but
Well,
I don't know.
it's not so much about being close to death, which I'm sorry, people do associate like memory loss and age with like being close to death. But
Yeah,
he is like, clearly not what he used to be. And I think that's
yeah,
what people see.
yeah.
Many focus groups say he was stuck in the past and had no plan forward. Abortion, climate, and his record questions all went poorly. He even did a great replacement on stage, too. Trump didn't get some horrible clip of Biden being torn apart on any real policy, just supercuts of him stuttering. That's fair. In the future, he should be less rehearsed, steer away from recalling so many numbers, and get him some Adderall. If there are more debates, he can definitely improve. I mean, he even sounded better in the post-debate after party. Maybe he really is better off script. I think a lot of people are being super dramatic about how bad Biden did, but my bar for a good debate for him was to look and sound fine. He failed. I
Yeah.
think there is drama around it, right? And I don't think it's
Mhm.
completely unwarranted. Sorry, I've been talking a lot. But it was bad. It was bad, and it did not help him at all. And that's the problem. He did not reassure people that he's got this. Is my problem.
Yeah, I agree. Wait, have you seen this? I'm sending
What's that?
this to you. How do I
Sure.
send this to you?
Yeah, Hugger Master agrees with Shark.
I'm
Bad
gonna post
optics.
this in your chat.
Okay.
This was after the debate.
Which chat? YouTube or?
YouTube.
I don't see anything yet. Oh, I can't. You can't do links. Can you DM it?
I can DM it on Twitter
Oh, can you not do it on Discord?
because I have you on the screen. If I do that,
Oh, fair point. You could pop it out, but it's fine. If you
I
if you
don't
can
know how
DM it
to
on Twitter, that's
do
fine.
that. Have we even DM'd on Twitter ever?
I don't know. I don't really do Twitter a lot anymore. Did you just
What's your
mention Hunter?
Twitter?
I did not mention Hunter Avalon. No. Punished AG.
Oh, that's right.
Because I was a bad boy. I got banned. I think Biden handed Trump the election. I disagree. I don't think that Biden handed Trump the election. I think that we were all worked up last night, and I was among them, and I still am worked up about it, by the way. Like, I'm pissed at the DNC. Like, this is atrocious. This should have never happened. Let's be clear. But I also think that people have already made up their minds largely. I think that he may have lost a few centrist voters, but ultimately, I still am not... Like, Trump didn't really perform that strongly. You know, it's not like Trump did well. It's just that Biden did very poorly. Anyway,
No,
let me
I
pull this up.
know, but he couldn't even. Here.
Let me play this.
Yeah.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the
My God. It's like a fucking grade school teacher. That's embarrassing. I'm sorry. You answered every question. Well, to be fair, Trump did not. So, you know, maybe
Oh, come
maybe there's a
on,
leg up.
brother. Oh, come on.
I'm just saying.
Alec.
I'm just saying. Don't you? But am I wrong? Trump did not answer every question. I'm just saying. But it was awkward. Like, that is like watching a grade school teacher congratulate a 4-year-old.
You answered every question. I
What
feel
my
like
GF says to me after dinner with her parents. That's funny.
yeah. I feel
feel
like you
like-
need to roll this man into a into an old folks home right now, because this is how I talk to my this is how I talk to my grandmother.
Good job, honey. Here's your gold star. I mean, yeah.
Oh my god.
No, it's like, it's not great. It's really not. I just, like, I think it's too late to replace him. And even if
I
we
agree.
could, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. They really banked on like having a good incumbent, but like, he's not a good incumbent. He's not all there, you know?
Mhm.
And this debate hurt his chances for sure. I think that people are exaggerating a little bit about how badly, though. What do you think?
I disagree.
Disagree.
He couldn't even finish some sentences. Like,
Sure. The polling data hasn't changed much, I don't think.
which is yeah.
Uh,
I thought it was 50-50.
it was CNN Flash poll. I don't know.
Yeah, here you go. This is embarrassing on CNN.
Well, yeah, majority of debate watchers say Trump outperformed Biden. Who do you think did the better job? That's one thing. 81% majority of registered voters who watched the debate say it had no effect on their choice for president. Another 14% saying it made them reconsider but didn't change their mind. Just 5% say it changed their mind about whom to vote for. So that's really what we're looking at, is like, you know, 14% saying, listen, it might make me reconsider, but I really don't think that Trump, like, he's got his base. I don't think that
Yeah.
he changed any minds last night. You got the link I sent you?
Sure.
Maybe. That's just me. I think that Biden might have lost a few, but I don't think Trump gained any. Can you go away, please? Can you link it again, Lefty Jenna, please?
That's funny.
I mean, yeah, it's just, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the
Did such a great job, sweetie.
Look at him smiling though, like, oh god.
He looks so proud. It'd
He
be
does.
adorable. It would be adorable if it weren't like soul crushing.
Uh-huh.
I just like, I want to like him so bad, but man, he's lost the plot, man. I guess it depends on how close the
Really?
election is in November. The 5% could make a difference, but it's hard to tell. We'll see. We have another debate to go, so, you know.
Brother.
Who's a
Okay.
good boy? I know. I kind of feel the moderators were letting Trump ramble on too much, especially since he almost never actually answered the questions. I agree that the moderators were very heavily skewed toward Trump. What do you think?
I think they should have fact checked on the spot. I
Yes.
think that they ultimately failed in moderating at all because the whole point of CNN moderating is that they fact check. This was so stupid. This was ridiculous. And then they fact check like today or something. It's like you can't do that.
You can't just do it after the fact.
The most
Like,
okay. Because Biden was such a fucking failure. We missed the fact that that Trump literally called black people blacks. We missed the fact that he used Palestinians as a slur. And the worst one yet was we missed the fact that he straight up lied about Charlottesville. He said Charlottesville didn't happen on that fucking podium, but because Biden failed so hard. Yeah, here it is. Biden made up the Charlottesville story right there.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance.
It's bad.
He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying
oh man, this is not good. I might need to update my GPU.
to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst president, the worst.
Maybe that's not like the worst look to give somebody when they say Charlottesville never happened. You know, like I'm just saying.
So I will say one thing. It would be different if this wasn't his look the entire night. If he was giving this look to Biden as he was talking about this, but like this was how he looked the entire night.
It is exactly how he looked the entire night. I gotta use that. That was a really good screen grab that you got. We turned this into an emote for Tina last night. It's a very good one.
Yeah, can you post it right now? High frames.
Yeah. I definitely got to get this in. Here, hold on.
Chat, can you post it right now? Post it. You know what to do.
What should be called? What did you call it?
Huh. I call it huh.
I'm gonna call it Whack Jack.
Whack Jack. That's funny. Did you see Spencer? What Spencer posted?
No, I did not. Can you link it?
Yeah. Yeah, this is funny as fuck.
Let me just add this emote real quick. Okay, pictures. Whack Jack. We'll put that with the other faces. Oh, the political faces. Yeah. There we go. All right, we just saved it to chat. So if you the chat will update in just a second. You guys should be able to post Whack Jack. All right, did you link me in Twitter?
Twitter, yeah.
Let's see. Oh. Love this guy.
Girl Anderson Cooper, this country's a mess. We used to have young Sheldon. Now we have no Sheldon. No old Sheldon. The late great George Cooper.
Yes, that's perfect.
He died because he ate bad brisket. I saw the brisket. I said, that's bad brisket.
That's amazing. Wait.
Brisket. That's terrible brisket. Joe made it. Joe's killing Americans with his bad brisket. It's nasty brisket.
That's exactly how it went.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I love Spencer so much. He's great. I miss him.
Wouldn't it be cool
I
to
need
be his
hit him
friend?
up. Right? I need to hit him up.
Chat.
I do think what might. Sorry, did you have something to say?
I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna say chat. The joke is we already know him. But
Yeah, Spencer's an old friend. He's from when I first started. We were small Twitch streamers together way back in ye old days, and then he popped off on TikTok and quit Twitch. Oh,
I
well.
don't blame him.
Neither do I. I do think what might nail Trump for a lot of undecided voters is that when asked about whether or not he would accept an election loss, it was obvious from his answer that he'll just deny the election results and try to overturn the results again if he loses in November. I agree. That was a really bad point for him. I don't think that Trump did well last night. I think that if Biden
No, I
had just
agree.
been... Yeah, I just wish that Biden had been more on his game. And then he could have pointed this shit out. But whatever. The guy on sedatives versus the guy on coke, yeah. They gotta coke up Biden a little bit.
Yeah.
Get him a nice Coca-Cola, you know? He looked like he needed a Coca-Cola.
That's him.
You want to keep going on the CNN thing?
Yeah.
Hopefully
nice
video
for you.
player
saying it
works.
was a disaster for the president.
Well, this ain't
An
good.
opinion column for the National here in the UAE said the debate
Okay, sorry.
was, quote, an unprecedented fiasco. US President
Oh, jeez.
Do you want
Joe
me to-
Biden's
do you want me
re-election
to-
candidacy
I think
crashed
it's fine if it's not full
and
screen.
burned spectacularly at the debate against former president and convicted felon Donald Trump. Well, editor-in-chief
Had to
of
get
the
that one in
National,
there.
Mina Al-Arabi, joining
That
me
is
now
true,
in
though.
the studio. CNN's international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson is in London. And let's just start with you. The international media is weighing in. What's being said?
You saw the criticism there from the UK media, essentially saying what's being said in the United States, but it's all the newspapers here. And I think it's perhaps more shocking, you know, for United States allies, because they don't get to hear as much of President Biden and the
Someone said, this edible ain't shit. Oh.
That's
For
funny.
Biden. That's great.
former
That's
President
funny.
Trump as people
give
watching
Biden
and listening in the
Vyvanse.
United States. So yes, every newspaper here is really shocked, I think, about how badly President Biden did and the implications, therefore, for his re-election. That was mirrored by what we heard in French newspapers, in Italian newspapers as well.
I gotta say, like, I am also shocked. I knew it would be bad. I did not think it would be that bad. Like, they really fucked us on that. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
I do agree. I think the fact that, like, if Jeff Tiedrick, right?
No.
He's like a famous liberal on Twitter.
Oh, is he the one that would always reply to Trump?
Down Jeff Tiedrick, under Jeff Gordon, right there.
Jeff Tiedrick.
He's
voted
like a
for the oh, God.
mega lit.
Don't blame me. I voted for the email lady. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I wrote a thing. A debate. Here, what's this? A debate without fact checking is worse than no debate at all, but don't despair. There's good news out there.
Yeah, what the fuck was that? He said.
Yeah. Oh, is that like an actual tweet he made?
I think so.
What the fuck did I just watch?
Yes. See?
A stutter with a cold. That is not what he was. Okay? That is ableist. Stutterers, like Joe Biden, can cook. And, he has before.
Ooh.
It was not the stutter that got him. It's the fact that he's
Yeah.
fucking old.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like, Jesus, man. Ridiculous.
Biden trained to debate Sam Cedar and Trump trained to debate Steven Crowder. Wait, what? Sandra? Hello, question. Why don't they throw the Harris VP last into the Democratic POTUS candidate? I don't know. Listen, any questions you have about why the Democratic Party is or isn't doing something, I will not be able to answer for you because I have no freaking clue.
I think
Like,
that,
I don't- They should have held a primary ultimately. They refused to hold a fucking primary. And then this is the result.
Correct. They definitely should hold a primary. Where their mind was at was that the incumbent always does better. And I think that they were I think that honestly they were a little afraid of Biden getting primaried and being embarrassed about it. But like that's the least that they should have done.
They want to lose. The Democratic Party has this drive to lose so badly. They took the lessons from 2020 and didn't learn from them. They learned the wrong lesson. Okay?
They really did not learn anything.
Them winning in 2020 by that high of a margin was simply because they wanted Trump out so badly. And instead of improving upon the win that they got, they went, well, so we won with Biden, and that's that.
I still believe Biden did a good job. I believe you're coping. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know.
Come on, he didn't. Come on.
Listen.
He did cook with the alley cat comment. Okay, white people have some fire ass rebuttals. That was a fire ass rebuttal. But
He had a couple of moments. The problem is that he was not consistently good.
yes,
He was
I agree.
consistently a bumbling old man, a doddering old man. That's what he was consistently doing last night, and everyone saw it.
Okay. In his bumbling stature, he managed to get Trump against the wall a few times, like throwing the porn star thing out. That was fire. That was like a sick left hook.
I agree. I think that he had a few good hits in there, a few good jabs. I think here's the most that I will grant you. I think he lost. Let's be clear about that.
Yeah.
He lost big time. I think that he did enough that he could still win. And that is the most I will grant you.
Okay.
I think he did enough that he could still win. I don't think that it's completely over. I think that people who are saying I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden anymore because what the fuck's the point are being dumb. I just think that people have already decided. So this is going to impact the median voter the most. But I think even median voters are still looking at Trump like that dude is dishonest and he's not going to.
I think people have their reasons to not want to vote for Biden. I think I'm going to tell you something. I think especially because you didn't really vote. I mean, you didn't vote during the Obama era, did you?
I did. I voted. I actually voted for Trump in 2016.
No, I meant the first one. Sorry, the first Obama.
Oh, no. Trump. Yeah, sorry. Trump was my first election.
Okay. So I think you're experiencing your first, cycle. You haven't experienced, the Democratic Party being disappointing time and time again, ultimately. And I think people tapping out of voting for Biden is a fair thing to do, especially when they've been promising shit since 2008. Let's not forget. They came in swinging with Obama. Yeah, exactly, Frames. They came in swing with Obama, who was just like change and hope, and promised this semi-political revolution within America. And then the recession happens, and he throws money at the banks and says, well, you're an average person. You're supposed to go fuck yourself. And you came in 2016, so you have less burnout than most other people. And I think that's why you maybe feel that way, which is fine. I'm not, you can continue to feel that hope for people. But to say that, for those of you who don't want to vote for Biden, I'm feeling the same way in Canada about Trudeau. I voted for Trudeau back in 2014 when he had the same shit as Obama. He hired the same campaign team as Obama. And it's the same shit. I'm like, okay, fine. I don't want to vote. I get it. I sympathize with that because especially us older millennials, we're a little eepy out here, okay? We're a little sleepy. Yeah, I'm not gonna. If you want to vote for Biden, that's cool. That's chill. But I'm not gonna also be like, you should vote.
I'm still going to toe the line that people should vote. I think that if we get it's just practically the right thing to do. I think that I can certainly
on a local level. I agree. You should vote for your districts. You should vote for who is taking control of your more local election. That is very important. I agree.
For what reason? What got better under Biden? He was the most pro-union president, for one thing. For another thing, even if things didn't get better, we know that things get worse under conservative presidencies every single time. I mean, Trump literally banned trans people from being allowed to join the military. He didn't do, from my understanding, from what I remember. I'm not a policy guy. I'm not. I need to look at the specifics, but he didn't really help the border much. He's trying to build a fucking wall. He's wasting taxpayer money on that. He's going to be the one who. He just is, and also he put in conservative SCOTUS members, which fucked us on Roe v. Wade. So like, I know that ultimately, this is the Democrats' fault. Okay, this is the Democrats' fault if they lose. I'm not going to say that it's not. I'm not going to say, well, the left is shit. I'm not going to be that guy. What I am going to say is that it is the pragmatic decision to vote for Biden, because at the end of the day, it's either going to be Biden or it's going to be Trump.
Okay, Freems, whatever. Yeah, sure. But like,
I never said people are dumb. I can understand where you're coming from. I just also don't think it's not the pragmatic decision. That's all I'm saying. I can understand the
you
fatigue.
you did.
Did I say people are dumb?
Yes, you said you're dumb.
I apologize. I apologize. What I meant was it's not the pragmatic decision. I think that it's simply going to be Biden or Trump, and I'll take Biden over Trump.
Oh, that's fair.
That's all I'm saying. And it is 100% the Democrats' fault if they lose. I'm not saying it's not. And I'm not going to sit here and try to preach at people, because I think if you are a leftist, progressive, whatever you want to call it, and you have made up your mind about not voting, I can't convince you out of that. And I'm not going to try to.
I think it's a lot of people are just burnt out on promises, ultimately. I think that's what it comes down to. And, there was supposed to be massive economic change like 15 years ago. Biden is a far lesser of two evils, but looks like voting for him is a clear compromise. I'm going to say he's not far lesser. Respectfully, Alec, I need to say, someone who is giving money for a genocide is not far lesser of an evil.
Yeah, I wouldn't say far lesser, but I would say domestically, you could make an argument that he's far lesser. I think foreign policy-wise, yes, you're correct. I mean, but on that note, Donald Trump is going to do worse things than Biden. I mean, Netanyahu wants Trump in office. So, and he's getting upset at Biden for not letting him just do whatever the fuck he wants. He's getting very whiny, from what I understand.
But Biden is letting him do whatever the fuck he wants. I don't know why.
He's very, very gently trying to push back, and I'm not saying that he's doing a good job. I'm not saying he's doing enough. What I am saying is that Trump is not going to like even pretend that he gives a shit about Palestinians. It's just going to be full on.
So you'd rather be someone lie? Okay, I'm sorry. Pretending to care about Palestinians is better than, even though the result is the same.
Executive. Say that again.
So you would rather the Trump or the Biden policy of pretending to care about Palestinians?
Yeah, I would, because at least people at least that attitude. It's like when Democrats pretend to care about LGBTQ people, right? And then they paint rainbows on the road, right?
But what does the pretending do for you as a voter?
It creates an environment in which it's normalized. It makes it so that it makes a more comfortable environment in which to do progressive activism. That's what I believe.
But he's bonking heads of he's bonking heads of. He's like calling protesters out while saying when those protests were going on, he was saying those were anti-Semitic protests.
I'll also know Biden at least sanctions West Bank settlers. Trump would just facilitate the West Bank settlement construction. Look up Trump's peace plan for a Palestinian state, and it was just a fucking Bantustan map. I don't know what that means. This is Cope. Trump is objectively worse on Israel-Palestine. I do think that Trump is objectively worse. It's just been proven. No, I think that Trump's worse.
In what way?
In the way that he's going to dump even more money toward the IDF and just let them do whatever they want. I don't know the specifics, but here, what's this plan? Trump peace plan Palestine. From Wikipedia. The Trump peace plan, officially titled Peace to Prosperity, a vision to improve lives of Palestinian and Israeli people. Proposal, it was a proposal. So is this a future plan or is this from the past? Formally unveiled the plan in the White House press conference alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The plan had been delayed by 2 years and previously rejected by the Palestinians, who were not invited to the meeting. Well, there you go. The plan was authored by a team led by Trump's son-in-law. Palestinian leadership rejected the plan because the former because it envisaged a Palestinian state, and the latter arguing that it was too biased in favor of Israel. It was divided into two parts, an economic portion and a political portion. Characterized as requiring too few concessions from the Israelis and imposing too harsh requirements on the Palestinians. Proposed benefits to the Palestinians from the plan are contingent on Israel and the United States subsequently agreeing that a list of conditions have been implemented, including total demilitarization, abandonment of international legal action against Israel and the United States, and compliance, quote, with all the other terms and conditions, end quote, of the 180-page plan. Many of these conditions have been denounced by the opponents of the plan as impossible or fantastic. The plan proposed a series of Palestinian enclaves surrounded by an enlarged Israel and rejected a Palestine. Yeah, I don't know. Like, this plan just looks like they're planning out an Israel that surrounds Palestine, and they're just going to slowly expand still. So, like...
That's what they're doing now.
I understand that, but Biden understands that his constituency, the people who support him, like... Oh, I'm sorry. You guys didn't even see any of that. But you guys heard it at least. Biden understands that he has to please his constituency, who is largely pro-Palestinian. That's what I like. Because conservatives don't have to pretend. You know? They can just outwardly and openly be anti-Palestinian, and it's fine. And I don't like that environment for us. I don't like that battleground. So, that's just me.
Sorry,
Anyway,
I'm
let's...
reading chat.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Regardless of who owns the region, there will always be a fight for control of land. That's not true. That's not true. The fight for control... Okay, this implication right here says that Palestinians would not fight for control of land. It is the aggressors are Israelis, not the Palestinians. Okay? Like, Palestinians weren't fighting people who came onto their land pre-1940s. That was not a thing. That was not a thing. In fact...
I don't know. Mm-hmm.
Wait, what are you saying? I don't know too?
I was just going to say, I don't know. I was just going to move on to the debate again, but...
Depends on how far back you go. How far back you want to go? 2,000 years? 2,000 years? What do you mean?
Oh, I meant the Israelis will continue to fight for the land. Well, no, the problem is the Israelis... I don't think that Israeli citizens will. I think that the Israeli leadership needs to back out because obviously...
You'd be surprised how much of Israel is radicalized against Palestine.
Sure, but I don't like to be... Like, the Israeli citizens, there's a lot of manufactured consent there, of course. And I think it's like 80 to 90% of them support Israel and the IDF. But that other 10 to 20% don't, you know? And so I don't think that being essentialist about it is going to help anything.
Sure.
That's just me. But if you want to... do you want...
Sorry, yeah, I'm just looking at my chat real quick.
No, it's fine.
Trump received $100 million from the Adelsons for supporting Israel. I do not believe Trump will cut funding to Israel. No one's saying he will. He will increase it and support their work.
See, that's my thing is I do honestly think that Trump will be worse. And he can't be better. It's not like Trump's going to be better.
I do think the argument that they will receive more money is they have an endless supply from either party right now. So I would rather we all drop that conversation piece. We can argue for sure that he might be like, he might let them get away with more, quote unquote, but this argument that he's going to give them more money. Okay, both parties are like Israel is like a hungry baby bird with its mouth open.
I agree. I completely agree. And the Democrats have not done nearly enough. Like I said, this is even if you were to cede ground, even if I were to cede that both of them are going to be exactly the same way about Israel and Palestine, you have to agree with me that at the very least Biden is going to be better domestically.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
I don't have, I'm not gonna argue for or against that. I don't have an opinion of that. Maybe like it's possible, but this marginally, yeah, I do think marginally. Anyway,
not
let's
even
get
marginally.
back to it.
It's Project 2025 is not a joke, but I don't know. I guess we can just get back to discussing the debate because, like I said, if the Democrats lose, it's completely on them, and let's just see what the rest of the world has to say about the debate last night.
Also, Greek newspapers suggesting is this time for President Biden perhaps to move over.
Wait,
the harshest, criticism, but perhaps
Greece?
Yeah, he said Greek newspapers.
Oh yeah, no, he's going worldwide. Like the entire world is covering
Mr. Worldwide, they call him.
Yeah, the entire world's covering it.
perhaps not surprisingly, so coming in Russia, where he was absolutely lampooned in state media, one talk show host there, saying that this debate was a show for pensioners. That does kind of ignore the fact that President Putin is of pensionable age as well, but that was the tone that they took, and really taking aim at President Biden and his poor performance there. We have heard from the Kremlin. The spokesman there said that President Putin didn't stay up and watch the debate last night, although one guesses he might have watched it later today. But the Kremlin saying they're not going to weigh in on the internal affairs of the United States. And I think that's a tone you can expect from all leaders around Europe, whatever the newspaper headlines are saying. They're not going to weigh in on this internal matter in the United States. But it reaffirms for all of them the reality that they could be very well be dealing with a second presidency of Donald Trump, and it looks like, through his own words, a redux of the first. The worrying thing for all these leaders, of course, is it might be a redux of 2016-2020 Donald Trump. However, the world has moved on in those 4 years, and it's much more dangerous and much less stable, and that really underscores the concern.
Yeah. The reality is that Joe Biden leads the foremost superpower in the world, of course. And for many people watching this debate last night, that will really be at the forefront of their minds as they consider what they saw. Your own newspaper, The National, leading on the following: Biden-Trump debate marred by falsehoods and incoherent remarks. Your
sorry, that's mean, but I just thought it was ironic.
Initial reaction to what we saw.
It was painful.
Oh,
it was painful to watch.
Nice.
And you're right. In part, there was the falsehoods, not only from Trump. I mean, even President Biden coming out and saying, no U.S. soldiers have died on my watch, forgetting that Afghanistan 2021 was on his watch.
Oh my God,
13
he
Marines
did
died,
say
and
that.
What did he say again? I missed it.
No U.S. soldiers have died on my watch.
It's not only from Trump. I mean, even President Biden coming out and saying, no U.S. soldiers have died on my watch, forgetting that Afghanistan 2021 was on his watch.
So Biden said that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that Trump's falsehoods were way more blatant, but
of course.
Yeah, I don't know.
13
Trump's hosting a rally on your birthday? That's gonna be a fun birthday.
Incoherent is hard to say sometimes. It's funny that is true. It's very ironic.
Incoherent pussies. That's right.
I said good job.
Other instances. So there was a glossing over of certain things, no real policies, and then there was the incoherence of Joe Biden. And as you said, the world is watching this, not only thinking what happens in the elections in November, but thinking today, what is happening in the world, be it in Gaza, be it in Ukraine, and all over the world. You need a strong president. And now, immediately, within 12 minutes of the debate, you started to hear sounds on social media where people from the Democratic side saying, we need to think about a change. Well, if that means that the sitting president doesn't have the confidence of the people
that
who
is wild that
him,
they said that.
Where does that put the administration today, let alone thinking about what happens in elections?
And it's
that is really wild that even the DNC was literally saying maybe we should consider somebody else.
Yeah.
But like, it's too late. It's too late.
I have to say, the CNN post-debate analysis, because when I remember back in the day when Bernie Sanders, when they would do post-debate analysis of Bernie Sanders, they would cook him, they would roast him, manufacture consent, up, down, left, right, center, right? But last night, I was so prepared for the CNN to be like, yeah, he could have done better, but you know, this was his strength. I was shocked when they were like straight up admitting it was a bad performance. I was like,
CNN is owned by the guy who owns Fox News now, right?
I don't think that that's true.
Is it not? I thought they were bought out. Warner Bros. Discovery. Okay, never mind. I don't know why I thought that. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know why either.
I thought I don't know. Maybe it's a different news network they bought. Go on.
But CNN, who loves Biden, by the way, straight up was like, yeah, that's bad. Are they gonna talking about replacing him? I do think Biden is cooked.
I don't think that I really don't think so. I got a dissent from that. Last night I thought maybe, but I think as this like falls, as we continue to watch the fallout from this, we're gonna see some centrist voters say like, yeah, we need a strong president. But I think ultimately Biden still has a shot because from what I can tell, younger voters are much more progressive and you know.
You don't think he's cooked after last night?
No, I don't think that he's completely cooked. No, I'm still holding out hope that he can win. I think that he hurt his chances, but I don't think that...
Can we get the first U.S. Iron Lady, Harris, Shirley, please? That last would tear some of the current world leaders a new one. Yeah, if she can ever make sense.
Now he's cooked. I just don't agree. I think that... Listen, I am just as pissed off at the DNC as anybody else. Seriously, like I was ready to scream last night. But I don't know, like what other choice do we have? You know? That's my thing. Like what choice do we have?
Mysterious third thing.
Yes, exactly. Let's keep going.
See? Guys, you have chat has Alec fighting for his life right now.
Chat has me fighting for my life?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Because everyone's disagreeing with you.
That's fine. Most people in my chat are agreeing with me. I think that
I am a Biden is done. He's cooked.
But I am a Biden is done. Oh, I didn't even see this.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to just see.
An opinion piece in your paper today, you know, questioning whether Joe Biden shouldn't step away at this point. You bring up U.S. foreign policy, and I think it's important that we discuss this. Not much substance, it has to be said, in foreign policy in the debate last night. I do want to play what both candidates had to say about the Israel-Hamas war.
Everyone from the United Nations Security Council, straight through to the G7, to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself, have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas.
He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job.
See, like, I think that messaging is, like, the difference there is very important.
He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
I feel like that messaging, the difference there is like, I'm not going to say night and day, but it's.
Well, no.
pretty stark.
Biden just lied and said Hamas is the one not wanting to end it.
You're right. But Biden is openly admitting that Israel wants to keep going and saying, yes, we should let them.
No, he just said. Wait. Do you mean Trump?
Trump said that. Biden said that Hamas is the only one who wants the war to keep going, which is not true. Okay, he's lying. But Trump is telling the truth and saying, no, Israel wants the war to keep going and we should let them. And I think that's really bad.
I think both are equally bad. Lying and saying Hamas wants to continue is a different form of what Trump said.
I don't think they're the same thing. I think what Biden said is our plan is a ceasefire. He said that. You know, he said our plan is a ceasefire. And I think that's much better than what Trump said.
Okay.
Well, that's just me.
No. I do want to explain. Okay, if you keep blaming Hamas, which is what Biden is doing, there is no ceasefire he's actually looking for. Because he keeps saying, no, Hamas says no, when it's Israel. So how is it a different conversation?
You're correct, but it's not the same outcome frames. I don't think that's the same outcome because Biden is, even if he's lying, in this statement, he is pushing toward a ceasefire. He is trying to make the idea of a ceasefire sound good. Trump is trying to make it sound bad and saying, no, a ceasefire is pussy shit. We should let Israel do whatever the hell they want. And I think those are very different statements.
He's saying the ceasefire is being rejected by Hamas, which means they must continue.
Yes, but at least he's pushing for the idea of a ceasefire at all. Trump is saying, no, we don't need a ceasefire.
It's not real. It's not even appeasement, though.
But at least like I said, the environment should be such that, yes, we want a ceasefire. I think that's a better environment than, no, we don't want a ceasefire.
So if someone says we want a ceasefire, but this entity keeps rejecting it, but the entity is not rejecting it, and somehow there is no ceasefire, how is that different? They are inventing a rejection time and time again.
Yes, but he is saying at least that he wants one. You know, he's still keeping the idea of pushing toward a ceasefire in the public's eye, okay? Like, he's saying that's a good thing. Trump is saying that's a bad thing. And I think that's an important distinction. But has he enacted a ceasefire? No, he hasn't. But
And he never will, chat. And he never will. Because he can just keep continuing saying that Hamas is the one.
But Trump will make it worse, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I just think that's true.
I mean, your response to what we heard.
I mean, the fact that Biden, yes, did present this plan and first called it an Israeli plan and then withdrew and said this was his plan. And yet the Israeli prime minister has not listened to him. So actually highlighting once again the weakness of the current US president. And then to hear Donald Trump coming in and saying, actually, the Israelis want to continue the war, which is the truth. I mean, you see that from the current government. Despite all the attempts to say that Trump is saying falsehoods, there's also some truth in what he says. And there is that point. And then for him to say, let them finish the job, gives you an idea of if there is a Trump presidency, what we can look forward to January onwards.
Mino, I want to bring up a tweet from Vali Nasser, who's a regular guest on this show, and I know you know Vali well as well. He wrote, after the debate, the US will have even less leverage in managing crises in Gaza, Lebanon, and with Iran, a long lame duck administration that the region thinks
yes, we're talking
to
Tina too right now.
Makes for more dangerous and unpredictable times in the months ahead. And you alluded to this at the beginning of this conversation. We've got 5 months before the election. We have no idea what's going to happen at this point between now and the conventions in 6 weeks' time, let alone what happens between now and November and then beyond.
I think Biden's best shot is to legalize weed and completely wipe student debt. I think,
I agree
don't
with
think that
you.
he'll do that. I don't think that he'll do that.
It would be, you know what? That's actually, thank you for bringing that up. Okay. the best part about American politics is if you just appease to domestic policies and wants and desires and needs, it's an easy shot. But because he doesn't want to fucking do that, he doesn't want to like abolish debt, abolish medical debt, abolish student debt, invest in any form of infrastructure.
He
It's
has
just
wiped
like
out some student debt.
for like
Not nearly
30,000
enough.
people, wasn't it? How much? How many people?
Biden wiped out debt for how many? Biden administration canceled 7.7 billion.
160,000 people. That's
Which
I'm sorry. How insane is it that 160,000 people together had $7.7 billion in debt? That's incredible. Can you even speculate and imagine how many people, like even half of the American population, their medical debt alone being wiped out? That would be so fucking incredible.
it would be, and I sincerely hope that they push for that now, because if they don't push for any new policies, they're dicking themselves. I'm hopeful that they will wake up and smell the roses and be like, okay, yeah, we got to start rolling out things that will make people like us more, because that debate was a shit show.
Like it
So
wouldn't
that's what I'm
actually
hoping for.
it wouldn't even fucking matter that Biden was unable to complete his sentences at this debate if he was doing any form of progressive policies. But like if he was, it's been a whole term of almost nothing. Yeah, and I think it's so ridiculous that he even conceded during the whole conversation of the infrastructure bill how many times and how much money he conceded. Like it was like what, a $1 trillion infrastructure bill, and he conceded down to like what, some 2 billion or something. I lost my healthcare during Biden. Jeez, yeah.
That sucks, friends. I'm sorry.
Jesus, yeah. And
It's
C-SPAN's
rough out
call-in
there.
show today, legitimately none of the above had its own phone number. That's funny. How you doing, tech support? God, so Canadian. I'm sorry. That's insane. Okay, you know what? How about you shut up? Okay. Shut
What
your
was this?
mouth.
What?
Because Sundry was making fun of me for being Canadian. Said, that's so Canadian. I'm sorry.
My God.
Shut up. Sorry.
Sorry. Anyway, let's try to finish this.
Does that worry you as much as it worries Valley?
Absolutely. There have been concerns again about Joe Biden and his abilities currently
Jesus,
as president.
friends.
We've heard different reports from people who sit in meetings with him, if he needs to have notes and so forth, but then sometimes he's absolutely lucid in there. But the reality is this administration now has gone into complete election mode, even though there are very, very pressing
That's very
issues.
true, Balthazar.
And as Valley points out in his tweet, and as we've been covering at The National, there is a vacuum of American leadership. And so what does that look like? And it feels like a lame duck presidency now. Now, if Joe Biden decides that he will let somebody else run his place, that changes the whole discussion. But at the moment, that seems like a long shot. And so if it is going to be Biden running for president, it's almost people will stop listening to what is coming out of Washington until we see what happens after the elections, which is worrying at a time when, as you know, here in this region, the U.S. does still have clout.
Nick,
Get the updates.
thank you, Mina.
Okay, I do want to address your chatter.
Which one?
Straw Hat Monty. I don't think I'm playing into Republican rhetoric when I don't even know what efforts you mean. I know that they blocked one effort. He did a oh my God, he did a fucking thing for student debt cancellation, but criticizing Biden's downfalls and saying that I'm playing into Republican rhetoric is just so silly. Like,
I think there's a difference between criticizing Biden's downfalls and actively saying that the Republicans are not going to be worse than the Democrats, because I do think, I think that it's not even questionable that the Republicans will absolutely be worse.
admitted to you they're going to be marginally better,
Right.
but ultimately a bomb on a Palestinian child is a bomb on a Palestinian child, and the argument that I was saying is that a lot of people argue that that Trump is going to give them more money when it's impossible to do so when Biden is like vomiting up cash for them whenever they ask, whenever they want. So I'm not going to concede on this point. I think this is one of the things I think is ridiculous to have a conversation about. He gives lip service. Okay, there you go. I admit he gives lip service. It's not much more than marginally. It's not much more than marginally. It is absolutely devastating. Biden's policies and Trump's policies are the exact same when it comes to Palestine. This is ridiculous.
Domestically, thing is this. Go ahead.
Domestically, maybe a bit better in terms of, even though one of my chatters lost their health care under Biden, you can have that conversation if you want. Say, I'm playing into Republican arms, whatever. But, that's ridiculous to say that they're different in terms of Palestine, other than lip service. But if someone's stealing my money and then telling me I'm beautiful, they're still stealing my money. Has she not heard your Project 2025? I just admitted that their local policies are marginally different. And now you're talking about domestic policies that I've already admitted.
We've got the, what is it? The Inflation Reduction Act. Lowers costs for families, combats climate crisis, reduces the deficit, and finally makes the largest corporations pay their fair share. Medicare can negotiate the price of certain high-cost drugs. A month's supply of insulin for seniors is capped at $35, which I think Trump tried to take credit for that. Medicare beneficiaries pay $0.
I agree to what Guitar Rocker's saying. Like, I've been saying that the whole time.
No, I agree. I do agree with that to some extent, but I don't think that saying that, Biden did do some stuff. They're all half measures. They weren't enough, but he did do some stuff that was good. And I think it's important to recognize that, and that we're going to be reversing that if Trump comes into office.
I want to ask, who is the one who said black jobs? Was it Trump or Biden?
I'm not sure. I forget that part.
One of them said something about black jobs, and I've been seeing that meme all over Twitter.
Oh, I didn't see that. What's the meme?
I don't know, if you if you look up black jobs on Twitter, I'm sure you'll see the meme. Jobs debate.
Is it this one?
Here,
what the hell is a
the
black
Daily
job?
Dot.
Trump spawns new meme.
Oh, it was Trump. I draw the empathy in Northern Americans have.
Sorry, what?
Play it.
On the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Former President Trump and...
Wait, let me read this.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you want true solidarity with the so-called state of Palestine, how about you fucking shut the fuck up, Domino Big Boy? You have to leave the USA or Canada. Dude, yeah, you know what? Exactly, so true. We've always dropped bombs. We've done Hiroshima levels of bomb dropping on indigenous folk here. You're so fucking stupid. Yeah, you can't have empathy with Palestinians if you live in the West. It's such a piss poor take.
Yeah, it's a stupid take, man. Sorry. I agree with that. Yeah, Trump was trying to pit the black voters against illegal immigrants, but it's not. I don't think it worked.
I love how he's been trying to pander to black people. Did you see him trying to say that I'm a felon just like black people?
I didn't see it, but I heard about it.
Yeah, he tried to pander to the black to black voters by being like, "Look, guys, I'm just like you."
Yeah, I definitely heard about that, and the entire conservative punditry has been doing that too. They've been like, well, I think that honestly, this will help Biden's chances because just like black people, he's a criminal now. He's just like them, guys, for real.
Oh my god.
It's crazy. It was wild. It's wildly racist. Democrats don't want to get anything done. Yeah, I read that.
50 million Americans have been kicked off Medicaid. That's incredible. Jesus. I think I lost a job over saying for Palestine, shut up, restricted chatter. Are they restricted? That's so funny. Also, he tried selling shoes to black people. Did you see that?
He what?
He tried selling shoes to black people.
No, I did not. Can you link that? That sounds hilarious.
Okay, yeah. Give me a sec. Just look up Trump kicks, actually. Trump kicks. Trump sneakers, sorry. Yeah.
Oh
those gold
no,
ones.
these?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Actually, no, it's these ones. The bottom, the side, TMZ. Yeah, these ones.
That's incredible. You know, you gotta love what Trump is doing for black Americans everywhere.
I do.
It's insane. All right, I want to finish up this video, and then I gotta go to the bathroom here in a second.
I'm kind of speechless in some ways about where to go with this conversation, because it's so important. And when you talk about the fact that there has, in this part of the world, been a sense there's been a vacuum of US leadership for so long, this just underscores that and makes it so much more worrying. Nick, this is what Donald Trump had to say about NATO last night.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together.
Facts.
That is a fact.
100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us.
I mean, there'll be, again, people all over the world watching, listening to what he said, calling him out, you know, on the falsehoods, on the exaggeration about the way that people have responded to how he was conducting himself with NATO. Be that as it may, as you watch this, and as we consider that the Ukraine war continues, and as administrations around the world, leaders around the world will be considering very seriously now what a Donald Trump administration looks like or might look like going forward. What's your sense, Nick?
Look, it's a redux, isn't it? And it's a redux into a more dangerous period. I said that before. But he is talking again about trying to get more money from NATO countries. You don't get money from NATO countries. They commit to spending more of their defense spending. There isn't a big pot of money. And the United States didn't put 100% in, or nearly 100%, as Donald Trump said. It was about 71% at the time.
Which makes sense, given that we're an economic superpower. So that makes sense to me.
NATO has increased its spending, but clearly his message is going to come back and it's going to be more of the same. What he had to say about President Zelensky of Ukraine. We can't keep spending the money this way. He made it sound like Zelensky comes and gets whatever he wants. There were a lot of falsehoods in there.
Yeah, but I think, honestly, that was probably one of his better moments, because this idea that Biden is spending willy-nilly and he's going to be like the big business guy and go out and make the big deals, I think that's kind of his thing. And I think that he was trying to pander to his base with that. And that particular part, I think, went over well for Trump personally.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Sure. Yeah. I don't have an opinion really.
All right. That's fine.
What we're going to take away from this is that
unfortunately,
Donald Trump, if he wins again, is going to attack NATO the same way.
And if Biden had been more on his game, he could have said, well, listen, Jack, Putin, which I think he did a little bit okay with the whole Trump's going to let Putin do whatever he wants. But he could have said, listen, we can't let Putin just walk all over Ukraine. That is our ally, okay?
Yeah.
We have, that is our trade ally. And so if they need our help, we have to commit to that. The spending is this and that and whatever, but he just wasn't on it, so he wasn't able to articulate it well.
Yeah, it was really frustrating seeing him fumble a bunch of points that would seem like an easy toss up.
Is Tina still in the house?
I'm right
no.
behind. I'm right behind.
Yes.
I'm right
Sorry,
behind Alec right now.
I thought they meant literally living with me. No, Tina moved back home.
No, I'm right behind you right now.
Oh shit. No, you're not, liar.
Got you, Frank.
He did before
did
is
get
going
me.
to enable Putin potentially. It's certainly indicating to Putin that the war would end at the end of the year before he even became president, which indicates to Putin that he can double down despite the economic woes that Russia faces. Double down, make all the gains you can this year, and the maybe President Trump by then will be making a deal with you, the terms of which we're not clear on.
Yeah, that's another important point. I think that Trump will be much more willing to like cede concessions to Putin than Biden will, and that'll be really bad for the Ukrainian people. So even in terms of like foreign policy, at least with Ukraine, I think that Biden is better.
I agree.
So yeah, anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I want to add that you're a big stinky doo-doo poo-poo head.
It's not very nice.
So I win the debate. You lost. L ratio.
You know, that's pretty true. I fumbled around a lot like Biden did. I gave you
There's
one of
a lot more to cover, unless you want to move on.
Is there more to cover?
He said black. Did we cover the blacks thing?
No.
Hold on, I can send you.
Sure.
What?
Let me run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Biden will lead us into the World War III rather than make peace. Oh my god, I'm gonna piss myself. What do I have to say to that? People are so fucking silly. Okay. I should just send Alec all this shit earlier on Twitter. I don't know why I didn't do that. I'm so silly. Send via. I'm just sending him a bunch of shit. Chats, how we feeling, by the way? Both mine and Alex chat. Are you feeling all right? Are you feeling all right, you stinky doo-doos? I'm looking. Tina doesn't have me as a cute femboy in chat, so Alec wins. This is the state of journalism in this country? Oh my god. Is that chat? Chat. Chat.
Sorry, put you on the the starting soon screen instead of BRB. Anyway, what did you want to cover? You wanted to cover
I sent you a
Trump's-
bunch of stuff on Twitter.
A bunch of stuff.
On Twitter, yeah. Sent you
Okay.
some memes, some funny memes. Right there.
From Hasanabi himself. Hold on, I can't open in fucking new tab. Go. Yeah, we'll go over these real quick, and then there was some other stuff I wanted to do tonight, if that's all right.
Okay, yeah.
Copy.
Oh shit, you can't see that. That's private. Is that locked account? That might be a locked account.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, it's fine. Oh, she's not locked.
Sorry, I should have taken it off the screen. I don't think anything on there was super private.
No, it's not. I thought she
Okay.
was locked. Did you just link me to another stream? Are you fucking kidding me? Take 14 days, you bum. Loser.
Upstream 1776. Interesting.
Are these
Alright, what do we got?
unmuted? Oh, you're just
No,
opening
sorry.
them.
Yeah, sorry.
Are you going to be the next Democratic nominee?
No, our nominee is Joe Biden. I'm looking forward to voting
boy.
for him in November. He's going to be our nominee.
Because you know that everyone are talking about you as a possible nominee now.
Thanks.
Look at him! Look at him!
We're going up here.
He said, "Oh, stop."
Are you going to be the next?
Yeah, he does look like a very proud boy. Got the
He's like,
blushing
"Oh,
cheeks.
stop."
I'd take Gavin Newsom. I think that he could blow Trump out of the fucking water.
I do think so too.
If they were to have a second debate with Gavin Newsom, it wouldn't even be close. Would not be close.
Biden is half-assing. Wait. The
Yeah.
big reason Biden is half-assing everything isn't necessarily his fault.
The saturation a little bit.
What?
Well, Biden is old, and I understand that, but he's also the guy in charge. So ultimately, it doesn't
He's
really make
literally
a difference.
the president. You guys need
Yeah.
some standards, please. Oh
It
my
does-
god.
It doesn't make a difference. Like, the outcome's the same. He needs to be a competent president, and last night he was not. So whether you blame him or not is irrelevant. I mostly blame the fucking DNC, but that's just me.
Yeah, the Dookie DNC got him.
Yeah. Fact-checking Trump 2 hours after a debate on the same network in which he was allowed to lie with impunity is worse than nothing.
It is way, way longer.
That's true.
So, deep breath. He said some Democratic states allow people to execute babies after birth, an egregious lie that is illegal in every state. He said everybody, even Democrats, wanted Roe v. Wade overturned. Roe was supported by 2/3 of Americans, even more Democrats. He said every legal scholar wanted Roe overturned, abortion returned to the states. Legal scholars have told me directly this is not true. He said the U.S. currently has the biggest...
Yeah, he was just allowed to
deficit
lie.
ever.
That's pretty
happened
cool.
under Trump in 2020. He said the U.S. currently has a record trade deficit with China. That also happened under Trump in 2018. He said Biden personally gets a lot of money from China. Zero evidence of this. He said there were no terror attacks during his presidency. In fact, there were multiple attacks. He said Iran didn't fund Hamas, Hezbollah, other terror groups under his presidency. Iran, in fact, did. He said Biden wants to quadruple people's taxes. That is pure fiction. He said the U.S. has provided way more aid to Ukraine than Europe had. It's actually the opposite. He said
And
the US
nobody fucking corrected him on any of
I
it.
know. It's crazy. It's crazy.
He said 18 or 19 million people have crossed the border under Biden. That is millions too high. He said many of these migrants are from prisons or mental institutions. His own campaign cannot corroborate this. He said Biden has only created jobs for illegal immigrants. Total nonsense. He said Nancy Pelosi turned down his offer of 10,000 National Guard troops on
Look
January
how
6th.
many
There's no
lies
evidence
they
even
let
got such an
him
offer. He said the
say.
president not
They need to put all of this out during the debate and say, what do you think about that, Trump? Like, you just lied. Like, you lied.
I don't know which one, if it was Fox News or CNN at a different time, but there was a time where they did this live and they just said the moderator just said, well, no, actually, for the audience, this is the fact, and then they moved on.
I think that's fine. That's better than nothing.
I agree.
Yeah, they definitely need a fact checker for these debates.
Pelosi, who had the power to deploy
None from the last
DC
week.
Guard.
Yeah, that
He said
Bowman
Pelosi
canvassing,
now
man.
acknowledges she turned down the troops. No, her office tells me this claim is still a lie. He said he deployed the National Guard to Minneapolis in 2020. Actually, that was the Democratic governor.
Oh my
He
God,
spoke
there's
of, quote,
so many.
ridiculous
It's
fraud
still
in the 2020
going.
election. Zero evidence of any widespread fraud. He said NATO was going out of business before he took office.
Might as well let it play out.
Clearly absurd. He said the U.S. was paying 100% of NATO before he came along. The U.S. went about 71% of NATO defense spending.
Biden
He
indicted
said
me.
Not Biden is the one who lowered insulin prices in Medicare.
He
did it for
indicted
some
me.
seniors, but Biden did it for far more. He said Biden indicted him. Again, no evidence Biden has had a personal role in any of these 4 prosecutions.
Biden,
He said Europe
Sleepy
hates,
Joe.
U.S. cars. Just not true. He spoke of food prices quadrupling.
Europe
under
has
Biden.
no
That's
U.S.
a wild
cars. Yeah,
exaggeration, though
okay,
they are
buddy.
up. He said Biden made up the idea he called dead service members suckers and losers. No, the Atlantic magazine reported that, and then former Trump Chief of Staff John Kelly corroborated it. He said Biden called black people
Oh, yeah,
quote,
I saw
super
this Onion
predators
post.
for 10 years. Biden never once deployed that phrase, let alone for 10 years, though he did at least once speak of, quote, predators without specifying it was about black people.
Christ.
He said his Trump tax cut was the largest in U.S. history. Not true, though, in fairness, Biden also said this. Trump said China and others
Not that I would have been surprised if Biden had done that.
stopped buying
I
from
think he
Iran
did.
under him. China never stopped.
That was listed under the lies.
No, but I think I mean I need to look into it. I could have sworn he called black people super predators. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He revived his
either way, I wouldn't be surprised.
That he signed the Veterans Choice Program into law. Barack Obama did that in 2014. Trump signed an expanded version in 2018. And finally, Trump said Biden got rid of that Veterans Program. Biden has not done that.
Yeah, it would have been nice to get through all of that during the debate, but there you go. That's pretty cool. Easily the best moment tonight.
To move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we have
to move until we get the
God damn. I mean, he's not wrong. Like, Trump was not wrong there, you know?
No.
Which is shitty. You know, Trump got him on that. Biden seems shook. He's just not expressing himself clearly. Make sure not to be too harsh on yourself, Aaron. Who could have seen this coming?
What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do with more Border Patrol and more.
Oh, it's the same clip.
asylum
Sorry.
officers.
No, it's fine. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was just awful. It's awful. What's
More
this one?
Border Patrol.
Yeah,
Oh, it's the
one.
same.
We're so fucked.
Sorry.
Yes.
I didn't mean
No,
to
it's
do
fine.
that.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I'm not optimistic, but well, I guess I try to stay optimistic, but like I'm not optimistic about specifically the debate, I should say. As far as like what you were saying, Trump said like blacks. Is that what you said?
He said the black. Yeah, he referred to people as the black people as the blacks.
Do you have a clip of that? I think what's like crazy to me is nobody called him out on just fucking Charlottesville being completely made up. Like that was insane.
I
to me.
know.
So yeah, just he was allowed to get away with way too much, and I think that the moderators need to fact check. Hopefully the second debate will go better, but I honestly don't see it happening.
When is it? I thought there was a VP debate soon too. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, there's a VP debate. I don't know when it is. VP debate. Um, 2024. Trump VP pick looms ahead of Biden debate. He still hasn't picked a VP.
Yeah, that's true.
2024 vice presidential debate. As announced in the fall, Lafayette was selected by the commission. June 24th, CPD announced that it's officially canceling its debates. Huh. Okay, so I don't know if they're actually having one. I mean, Trump still hasn't picked a VP, so we don't know.
I can't find it, but he did say the blacks. I know for a fact.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, that's like conservatives just dropped that one casually. Like, you
No,
know,
I know. It's crazy.
Alec Palworld is the best game ever made. Disagree, and I would debate you on that. I saw your post earlier. D&D is over. Let's go, Lady
Winry.
Nova. Welcome. Where's Winry? She's down here sleeping next to me. I thought you saw her.
No.
Did you see my Snorlax in the back?
Wait, where?
It's not done yet. I'll show you real quick.
Hold on. I'm like delayed.
You think?
Hold on. Oh! I see it.
Pretty cool, right?
That is cool. That's gonna be a big boy.
Yep. Big boy.
That's a pretty gay hobby you have there.
I know, right? I love it. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment.
You're welcome.
It's cool though. I made a little Darth Vader for my dad because he said that it's gay, so I gotta prove him wrong.
Oh, nice! Hell
all
yeah,
that good
brother.
shit. So yeah, 1 second.
Little gay Darth Vader. Little gay homosexual Darth
All right.
Vader.
I just figured we'd end on a happy note because I got some other stuff to cover. Thank you
okay.
so much for the conversation. I really appreciate it. I know we
You're
didn't agree
welcome,
on it.
Alec.
I know we didn't agree on everything, but Tina's my bestie, everybody. So I'm gonna link her one more time for the chat. She does fantastic coverage of Palestine and what's going on over there.
I've been
so
doing
please
this
go
shit
give her a
for
look.
10+ years.
Yeah, she's definitely seasoned. So go give her a look. She does great foreign policy coverage, way better than I can do.
I sound like a nice piece of steak, seasoned steak.
Mhm.
Okay, chat. I love you,
Exactly.
chat. I love Alex, chat. More. I love Alex, chat. Where's Discord? Oh, I love Alex, chat more than Alex does. Bye.
Okay, bye, Tina. All right, like I said, we didn't agree on everything, but you know. Two cute things on cam. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Let's chill for a second. What do you guys think? Let's chill for a second. Get some music going. The girl loved me. Yuck. Yeah, like I said, I don't agree with Tina on everything. Freems was in her chat not agreeing as well, and I can't speak to people's personal situations. So, you know, it is what it is, man. The Democrats did a shit job, and I'm not gonna fault people for, you know, for feeling like their voice doesn't matter. I just wish that, like, I just wish for better. That's all. You know, we got to do it inch by inch sometimes. This is an Ocarina of Time. This is Wind Waker, inside a house. See? I'm just trying to make sure because I brought up my DMs briefly, and I don't want to, like, give anybody away. Okay, I think it's fine. I need to be a little bit more careful about that. The terrible situation. Haven't seen the debate yet, but I'm only hearing bad. Yeah, it's not great. I don't think it'll change too many people's minds, but for whoever's minds were changed, they were changed in favor of Trump, I feel. In no small part due to the fact that he was able to get away with so much fucking lying. But also, it's just like, Biden doesn't got it, man. He does not got it anymore. As far as this plays indoors in Ocarina of Time, it might play a different version. Inside a house. Oh yeah, it is the same. Okay, gotcha. You win this time. The political interference is at its highest point right now. We need to acknowledge that. Yes, it is, I agree. Don't have much to add. You guys could watch me sew down Snorlax for a little bit. Because I still gotta sew down his belly. I'll show you guys the process. So, what we got here is I had to separately crocheted the face and the belly. The face is already all stitched down. We have to do the belly now, because it's very flappy right now, and Snorlax's belly is not very flappy in real life. The real life Snorlax. So, what we're gonna do is, because I don't have like a longer... I didn't leave a very long tail, for some reason. Instead... Because when you crochet, if you're sewing it onto something, you have to leave a long tail. What's in the bag? Oh, it's just my crocheting supplies. So I just got a little needle out. It's adorable, thank you. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna grab our, I forget what color it is, something pearl. Cream colored yarn, essentially. And after this, don't go anywhere, because after this we'll be doing Abby Shapiro's coverage of the furry thing. So we're going to just get this yarn through. It's a little bit tricky with this yarn, so give me a second here. We're going to get it through the needle. Son of a bitch. Come on! Ugh. This is why I have fluff all over my floor. Is a Snorlax? Yeah. A faceless Snorlax, but he'll have a face soon, promise. He's also gonna have arms. And legs, of course. Not so much legs, more like feet. The Snorlax doesn't really have legs, he just has like feet attached to his big bulbous body. There we go, okay. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this, we're just going to stick it in, let's stick it in, I kind of want to do the bottom first, but yeah, I think it'd be best to do the bottom first. We'll start at the bottom. Started at the bottom, now we're here. Let me look at the instructions real quick so that I'm not fucking it up. Snorlax crochet pattern by Kitten Girl. You can see here, she's very cute. As are her creations. Her Snorlax is a little bit smaller than mine is going to be, though. Alright, sew down the belly. Using vintage white, which I'm not using, sew down the belly. You will want to stretch it out as much as possible so that it lays flat and snug. For reference, the bottom of my belly is sewn between rounds 13 to 14. For a cleaner look, only sew down the back loops. So the back loop, so what you can see here is we've got, I don't know how well you can see it, but you got front loops, which is the front of it, and then the back loop is back here. So we're going to just do the back loops. The cute Pokemon boy? It is. Alec 2022, let's stick it in the bottom. True. Let's stick it in the bottom. Stick it right there in the bottom. Alright, we're going to stretch it out as much as possible, just like she said. Then we are going to start at this We can probably start up here. It's probably fine. What could go wrong? Actually, no. I'm gonna start at the bottom. Never mind. We gotta stretch it out. But we'll start in the middle here. And as you can see, we're just going to stick it in the back loop. And then we're going to sew into the body. And then pull it this way. We're going to pull a lot. So we have plenty to work with here. Catch it. And we're going to keep going around. Do it okay. This process is very human. What do you mean? Oh shit, I lost it. This is just full of good sayings with double meanings. That's true. That's pretty true. What's really funny, for those who were there for the Vosh thing, or the Progressive Victory Vosh stream, when I was on it, I said something that I regret saying, which is, and now I'm gonna tell all of you because I'm clearly not that regretful. But he was talking about Gmod and how like Skibbity Toilet has kind of taken over youth culture, you know, and how he's glad because you know, we get to go back to like the era, like basically it's kids going back to the era, or like young people I should say, going back to the era of Gary's Mod and getting to experience that for themselves. Which is not something you get to see very often, you know. Usually, like, those memes are, like, specific to certain generations, but now the younger generations get a little bit of it, right? And so he said that, and then I replied, yeah, it's nice to see the younger generation throw it back. So, yeah. I did not mean it like that. Did not mean it like that, but that's how it sounded. I meant a throwback. Boomers. Reference to the design is very human meme. Oh, I've never seen that. We're leaking viewers. Lame asses, man. Lame asses. This is cool, okay? I don't care what anybody thinks. This is cool. We get to crochet a Snorlax doll? Shit. That's cool as shit. I'll probably just do this one side, and then we'll move on to the furry thing. Unfortunate wording, indeed. I'm just chilling playing Minecraft? Nice. I wish, when I was talking to Tina, that I had gotten across a little bit better my absolute frustration with DNC and how fucking pissed off I am at them. Because this is a very serious election, and Biden is a very unserious candidate. And I think that Trump is more unserious, fortunately, but it's still, like, they're making it too close. You can't act like this is a serious election and then throw Biden into the ring and expect people to take you seriously. You just can't do it. You know? What is that you're sewing on the belly? You're sewing the belly on with? That's the thickest yarn I've ever seen. It is jumbo yarn. It's called, what is it called? Hold on. Chenille, I think? Yeah, chenille. C-H-E-N-I-L-L-E. Chenille yarn. It's used for things like rugs. It falls apart, like, relatively easily. I'm surprised that people can use it for rugs and furniture and shit, because, like, you know, like, that's, like, I feel like it's gotta have a little bit more, a little bit, like, less debris falling around, but that's just me. But yeah, as you can see, the belly's getting on there now. It's really fun. I recommend crocheting and like doing crafts like this to anybody. Even if you like work with felt or like other materials, just like making stuff. Making stuff is like what humans were built to do. You know what I mean? So if you have not tried making stuff, try making stuff. Whether it's drawing, crocheting, writing, I used to be a big writer too. So like I really appreciate like the human art form. My dad's a big artist, even though he's conservative. Whatever. Still love him. Still love his art. You know, when you make something yourself, there's just such a reward to it. I cook so I can be the trad wife of the left. There you go. Yeah, cooking's another great one. I've been trying to cook more lately, and it's so rewarding. Like, the process itself, I think, is a little tedious. Some people like it. I think the process is tedious, but once it's done, the reward is well worth it. We just love to build things, yeah, for real. For real, for real. Big difference though, Trump is here because the RNC is forced to run him again. There's a cult of personality, they want someone else but can't run him. For the DNC, it's the exact opposite. No one wants Biden, but they're forcing him in as the only option. I agree. I got back into programming again lately. It's really nice to see something you made start taking shape even with just a silly Sudoku program. Oh, absolutely. I programmed a calculator back when I was in school, and like, I was proud of myself, but then also like the people in class who like didn't know how to code at all because we were all learning together were like, whoa, how'd you do that? How'd you do that? So that was fun. I took a legit programming class like with Java in high school, and then after that I took an app programming class, and the app programming class was so much easier because you could just like drop the pieces of code, you know? Like it was a click and drop thing, like for statements and loop statements and whatnot. So it was a lot more limiting, but I had a lot more freedom personally with it because I wasn't very good at coding. And so I made an entire app with Pikachu where you could walk around with Pikachu. And there was a game where you could play with Pikachu where he would like catch berries and shit. And then people would ask me like, how do I do this? How do I do that? And I was like, well, since you asked so nicely, I suppose I can help you. Gave me a really big head, I'll say that. I got a BSc in software engineering. Nice. Sounds cute. It was cute. This is the shop theme from Twilight Princess. I'm not listening, so I don't know. Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Yes, the shop. Yep. Looking at it now. Like I said, I'll get done with this side. We'll put Snorlax to the side for a little bit. And then we'll, I gotta pee again. And then after I pee again, we'll get into the furry stuff. Almost done. Isn't this fun though? Nice. We're having a good time, kids. We're having a good time. You're gonna get to play with Snorlax as soon as it's done, kids, okay? I thought about selling this. I'm not sure if I want to sell it or if I want to keep it. Same goes with Teddy Urso. Because I could sell them for pretty big mundo dollarinos. Like, it's not perfect. These things aren't perfect by any means, but, you know, the flaws... First of all, they're because I'm new still. Second of all, because I was very ambitious with this Snorlax. And third of all, I think it's quite charming. People appreciate flaws, you know? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm still gonna try to perfect my craft, but I think people appreciate seeing the flaws in the work and like the little nuances, the little mess ups. It looks more human that way. Let me know if you do, might be down. Let's go. I'd keep it personally, not because I think you could sell it. I definitely think you could. I think that I will probably keep it. This was very expensive to build, though. Also, I'm getting fluff everywhere, which is great. This was very expensive to build because of the type of yarn that I used, and also the fact that there's so much stuffing that I needed. The stuffing itself wasn't like super expensive or anything, but like, you know, come on! Also, once you've threaded this through a couple of times, it gets hard to like keep threading. Almost done. Got one more stitch back here. And then I think I'm going to try to pull it over a little bit just to hide those other stitches. And you bitch. This is very relaxing. Come on! Get through there! Come on! Some shit. Get in there. So as I said, very relaxing. It just doesn't want to pull through. It's been so hot lately, impossible to get in good snuggles. That's true. This is more of a winter toy, for sure. I'm hoping for not too hot weather tomorrow. Oh, nice. You got a girl visiting. Nice. Very nice. Son of a bitch. Really gonna do me like this. I don't know how I fucked this up. The last fucking stitch. I don't know what I did. Well, I just snapped it. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on with this. It's fine. It's fine. I got most of it. We'll just hide. What we're gonna do now. Okay. Make sure that it doesn't fall apart. Is we're just gonna hide the rest of this, most of it. This music's not the best. Pirates from Wind Waker? Screw you. I love this music. Wind Waker music's the best, all of it. Okay, well I was gonna hide it, but I can't get it on now. Come on. Okay, whatever, it works. It's on good enough. So what we're gonna do is... Man, I'm covered in this fluff now. We're just gonna sew this through to this side. We're gonna pull it, squish this a little bit. Where you at? Get over there. Not want to lose the needle inside. Not that it's that sharp, but it wouldn't be good. I don't think the toy companies would like that. Okay, pull that through. Come on, please pull through, please pull through. Let's go. There it goes. Okay. Perfect. I think it's down good enough. So that's one side done. And then we're just going to... So what I did there was I just pulled it through to the back here. And then that way we can just cut it off, stuff the rest in. Got my scissors. After this, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Then we're going to start the furry thing. So this is garbage. Some people keep these, I don't. I don't have a place to put scrap yarn. The rest of that in there. I think the gaps are a little bit big, but it's fine. Okay. So that's one side done. No more floppy. Snuggling Snorlax, only 4 needles inside, yep. Not bad. Not bad. Once we get some ears on there, once we get his arms and legs done, I think this will look really good. And then his face, too. I could do his face, like, relatively soon. I think I will do that, actually, because, like, the faceless Snorlax is a little bit off-putting, I think. But, yeah. It's gonna look great? Thank you. I think so, too. Big boy. Okay. Oh yeah, I still have this attached. We'll figure that out later. Maybe I can cut off a piece long. You know what? I'll figure it out later. Take this whole thing, wrap it this way, put this to the side. I think a face would do a lot to make it easier to see where it's ending up. Yeah, he also needs ears. I forgot about the ears, and I keep forgetting I have to crochet them still. I do think sewing down his belly helped a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna dust off, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I will be right back. And then we're gonna start our segment, so don't go anywhere. All right, I am back. Alec, does you have some ace in you as they love stuffies? It's not so much that I like stuffed animals, it's that I like making stuff. You know what I mean? I just like making stuff. Like I make memes, I make videos, I make all kinds of stuff. And it's nice. Speaking of making videos, you all came for the juice. Okay? I got the juice for you. So, give me a second. Let me close out all this shit that I don't need.
President Trump. Jake, both of you.
Shut up. Go away, Trump. Nobody likes you. Playlists.
Welcome back to the comment section.
Damn it.
Welcome back to the comment section.
Okay, here we go. I came here to say that I'm the best golfer. That's a weak own. That's a weak talking point, I have to say. I'm going to try switching up my lights a little bit before we begin. Nope, not what I wanted. Actually, let's try that. It's too yellow. A little too yellow, hold on. It's the saturation. It's because it turned up the saturation. That's what it is. Turn that up, turn the saturation down just a smidge. Let's keep it there. I think that's fine. Not ideal, but it's fine. I got to figure out what's going on with my main camera, because it just, in my opinion, it just looks so much better. Right? Like, that looks so much better, but it just keeps cutting. And I don't like that at all. So I got to get it fixed. Bro, mink types beings on Deviant disgust me, thus I hate furries. Mink type beings on Deviant disgust me. You mean like from One Piece? Minks? I like minks. We'll talk about it. Why is the good cam cutting? That looked great. The good cam is like tearing. So watch. See how it's tearing? And that's really bad, so I'm not gonna have it. I have a Nuzlocke comic DeviantArt. Oh, gotcha. How about we don't call all furries a bad thing? I think it's fair to call furries cringe. I think it's fine to think it's cringe, but they also have the right to be cringe. We'll talk about it. No, shut up.
Welcome back.
No, shut up. Okay. So we all know Ben Shapiro. Well, hold on, I'm gonna wait now.
Wealth, fame, power.
If we swap the DCCC for the DDDC, do we get Funny Valentine for president?
I don't know. I don't know what those acronyms are, but yeah. Thank you so much again for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate you very much, Sagi Tanuki. I wish I knew what you're trying to say there. Okay. So we all know who Ben Shapiro is, but have you heard of Fem Shapiro? You probably have. I was about to say Melanie Mack, but that's the other Fem Shapiro. This is Brett Cooper. So we got Brett Cooper here. She's made quite a few videos during Pride Month. You know, you got Fat Beach Day here. I'm sure that like the fat people are destroying the society. We got men raw dogging on airplanes. I have no clue what's going on with that. But what we're going to talk about is her take on furries. It says some things don't need to be normalized, and as you can tell by the thumbnail, she's not happy about furries. So that's what we're going to be looking at. So let's see what she has to say about furries. Now, before we get started, though, I want to talk about like my opinions on furries. I think furries are fine. I think it's cool to do what you want. You know, as far as the furry thing goes, you know, wear your little outfits, whatever. I think the costumes they make, honestly, are pretty sick. I'm not going to lie. I think that furry costumes are... Here, let's... Furry costume. Well, let's make sure that they're safe for work. Yeah, see, like, I think these are good. So, like, this is a good example of what I'm talking about. So if you don't know what a furry is, it's the people who wear these costumes. They don't necessarily have to wear these costumes. Some people might argue you're a furry even if you just jerk it to furry porn. Some people argue that, like, you have to have the porn element in order to be a furry. Others argue that, no, you just identify with... what I consider a furry personally is somebody who identifies with an anthropomorphic animal of some sort. And then, like, you know, they carry on about, like, various furry activities, such as, you know, getting a fursuit. It depends on how deep you want to go with it. Getting a fursuit, going to conventions, drawing furry art, stuff like that. I think having a fursona is the big thing. Having a fursona, or at least wanting one. Having one or wanting one. That's what makes you a furry to me. Because I think just jerking it to furry porn is a little weak, because I think everybody probably jerks it to furry porn, either that or I'm just projecting. But I think that most people have or will at some point jerked it to furry porn, you know? Like, it's a big meme that, like, certain characters like Lola Bunny, for instance, are hot. And what's that one from the Pixar movie? Zootopia? Judy Carrot or whatever. Judy Hopps. Judy Hopps, that's what it is. Judy Hopps is super hot, you know, like usually bunnies for some reason. Stuff like that. But I think the big thing is having a fursona. Every fandom has its niche porn, I agree. It's a point of identity. The main thing is you feel you're a furry. If you're a furry, you're a furry. A fursona is a good thing to center it around, though. I think that's the big thing, because if you have a fursona or want one, or at least if you identify as a furry, I think that's fair grounds for calling yourself a furry. It's just a self-ID thing. And it's fine. Like, furries do their own thing. They can be cringe just like anybody else. And when I say cringe in this context, what I mean is, like, you do cringy things like, I know that Rainforest was a huge problem. Rainforest, for those who don't know, was like a convention back in the day that has since shut down due to them doing things like stuffing toilet paper into the pools or something like that, like the pool filter systems. They fucked up the hotels, they fucked up the convention centers, and so, like, they can't do furry conventions anymore. Now, was that the fault of the furries? I don't know. I personally think that it was probably outside shitters who don't like furries, because unfortunately furries are a big target, especially with the new conservative right-wing movement. So let's take a look. Without all that being said, let's take a look at what Brett Cooper has to say about furries.
Welcome back to the comment
Yeah, the
section.
diapers and
I'm
pizza
Brett
thing,
Cooper.
yeah.
So obviously, we are living in crazy times. And in crazy times, you need to be brave
Okay,
enough to
I
call
agree.
out the things that are ridiculous and absurd, because nothing will change if we don't call it out and laugh at it. But a lot of times, that will cause tension. Your friends and family might get upset. People might try to cancel you on social media, but at least you are sharing the truth and you're not compromising your values. And I guarantee you're helping these people.
By the way, just worth reminding everybody that this is all a set. Like, she's not in her house. She's on a set. She's on a recording set. It looks, and it also looks a little bit too perfect in my opinion. Like, you look at my set, it's just my house, baby. This is just where I live. This is where I vibe. You know. Also, for those who aren't aware, my camera's, like, on YouTube, my camera's broken right now, so we're using the old one. It's fine.
out in the long run, much like a group of friends that we need to talk about
Yes, a
today.
curated
But actually,
character.
this story isn't really what it seems on the surface, so we have a lot to dive into. Before we do, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the comment section channel if you have not already, and then ring that notification bell so that you never miss one of our videos. All right, so you guys just need
No,
to
thanks.
hear this headline because I stopped in my tracks when I read it. This is from New York Post, obviously,
Okay.
because they post the most out-of-pocket, insane stuff, but they said, I fell in love with a furry on OnlyFans, and my friends
Aw.
have abandoned me.
She's cute as shit. Look at her. Look at them, I should say. When she, sorry. When she asked me to wear it during fun time. Ooh. Ooh.
They don't
There you go.
understand. Sir, no one understands. It's not just your friends. No one does. Some people
I mean, you don't have to, you know? Like, I don't understand it personally. I think it's cool. You know, but I don't understand it, but like I can still accept it and be fine with it. It's fine. They're grown adults. Let them do what they want. And you can even be a furry as a kid as long as it's not sexual. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine. You know, be your first self. It's fine.
are just too nice and keep their mouth shut. Nobody gets it. Sorry in advance. But if we're being honest, those are some good friends. Those are honest friends that are willing to draw a line in the sand and give you some harsh truths. And that is something that we all
I disagree. A friend who does not accept you for your pastimes and what you do, like, if it's not harmful at all, if you don't want to be friends with a furry, don't be friends with a furry. You know, that's not, I think that's stupid. But, like, you know, if they take the furry thing and, like, insert it into so many elements of their life that you can't, like, take it, that's one thing. But if they're just a furry, like, as a fun activity on the side, who gives a shit? Like, just live and let live, man.
all need at different points in our lives. And right now, you certainly do. Somebody commented and said, oh, your friends understand fully. Believe me on that, sweetheart. Somebody else said, wise friends. Yes, and it gives me hope for the young men out there who are willing to go, bro,
I disagree.
no, this is way too...
Your friends should be accepting of you, not uncritically, obviously. Everybody makes mistakes. But if your friends are criticizing you for doing things that ultimately don't hurt anybody, then fuck them. They're not your friends. They're pieces of shit.
Too far, absolutely not. We are cutting you off like based young men for sure. I mean, sounds like those young men went to Grand Canyon
Based.
University. Grand Canyon University is a private Christian
Oh.
university in the beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. And they will teach you common sense and how to stand up to all of this nonsense. GCU believes in equal
We're not doing an
opportunities
ad.
and that they are pursuing a bachelor's, a master's too, that are making these young men based, that are helping them stand up
Hold on.
to gcu.edu/Cooper to learn more. Again, that is gcu.edu/Cooper. It is schools like GCU
Nice,
that are making
Lane.
these young men
Congrats.
based, that are helping them stand up to nonsense, which I absolutely need to do. But anyway, getting back into the story, as you guys saw in the headline,
Okay.
this guy, whose name is Demetrius, fell in love with Jade.
They are a sexy fucking couple, dude. Holy shit. Like, I'm sorry, but you picked the absolute worst furry couple to go after for this. You know what I mean? No, they look great. They look fantastic. No notes.
Who is an only furry creator. New York Post wrote, Demetrius and Jade are just like any other young
OnlyFans.
couple in love, except Jade lives as a furry.
I guess are you not allowed to say OnlyFans on YouTube? Is that a thing? We'll just say OF. Dubsy, cut out when I say fans.
A furry who makes a living catering very publicly to her fellow fetishists. Well, I'm glad that we're at least calling it what it is now, because I remember a year and a half ago, if somebody were to say that on social media, oh my god, you were a bigot, you were insane, you didn't understand, it wasn't a fetish,
we
it wasn't
needed a
sexual,
Wooga.
they were just being who they were. No, it is sexual.
Not necessarily. It's funny that conservatives read sex into everything. Like, there's no, like, there is a sexual component to being gay, but being gay itself is not a sexual thing. It just is a romantic thing sometimes. Or, you know, just like a preference. Yeah, it's a preference, you know? Like, you can be a furry. Like, it's a preference that you have to have a persona. It can be sexual. It often is sexual because, you know, you consider that a part of yourself. And you, as yourself, you're a sexual being. You know, once you become an adult of consenting age, you become a sexual being in many respects. Not everybody, not always, but in many respects you are. And we all like to think of ourselves and our best selves being in a sexual situation rather than, or if you're, as far as you are sexual, I should say, you insert yourself into a sexual situation as like your ideal self in your fantasies. You know what I mean? Or at least I do. So, you know, I think that's understandable.
100%, it is sexual. There's a reason why there's a market for that on Pornhub and OnlyFans. So anyway, I kept reading the article, and it was
doesn't
all this
have to be,
big
though.
sob story about losing his friends and how
The
his
full
friends were
aces are
weirded
lis-
out because now
the
he
aces
makes
are listening,
content
yeah.
with Jade and participates in this fetish on her OnlyFans. And then I saw
What's up,
the
Katie?
author citing a Love Don't Judge episode, which
I wondered, what do you want to do for dinner? Really don't have anything.
Yeah. We could get that Hooks Fish and Chicken.
I'm cool with that.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
Just whenever. It doesn't have to be right now. It can be whenever.
Okay, I'll do it right after the segment. Hi to Katie, everybody. We have
What's up, y'all?
probably new audience members, if I had to guess. So
Ooh. Hi, new people and
Yeah.
old people, people who have been here, and people who are new here. What are you guys watching?
this is my partner, Katie. We're watching Femme Shapiro, also known. Why do I keep forgetting her name?
The other NB. Thank
Brett
you.
Cooper. Talk about why furries are cringe and why they're
like-
inherently sexual.
Okay. I have several counterpoints to that, just that are common
Wealth,
sense
fame,
points, but
power.
I guess
One sec.
whatever.
Wouldn't furry creators be on OnlyFans?
Only fangs. That's pretty good. Good job. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Saki Tanuki. Appreciate you very much. That is true, though. What were you gonna say?
I was just looking at. No, I was gonna say I have several counterpoints to that, being that number one, you shouldn't be thinking about a hobby that people under the age of 18 have as sexual in any way. That's just a problem from the outset.
Well,
That's like my biggest.
But that's the
counterpoint.
argument that they're making is because it's sexual, we shouldn't allow our kids to do it.
But it wasn't sexual to begin with.
Right? They're reading sex into it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what we're. That's my point too.
Ah.
That's great. Katie, NB Pal loves those glasses.
Oh, thank you very much.
Makes sense. NB likes the things that NB wears. Yeah, Saki Tanuki, the atlas of the online leftist space.
which they were recently featured in. And you guys know I've reacted to a few Love Don't Judge videos, and they are wild. So obviously I had to go watch. Now,
Ooh, I
because of
should
new
do that.
copyright laws
Love
on
Don't
YouTube, I
Judge?
cannot react to an entire video.
Here, wait, maybe we can do that next. Let's look it up. Love, don't judge. Ooh. Ooh, am I allowed to react to these? Will I get copyrighted? I lost my friends because my GF's a furry. Damn, that sucks. Maybe we'll look at one of these afterwards.
Video. I can't play the whole thing for you guys, but go watch it if you're interested. But I will play a clip. Here they are.
I had lived with a furry, so Destiny is kind of how we met. My roommate, I was having a furry
Okay.
party at my first apartment. I'm not very keen on the whole furry fandom thing, at least I wasn't. I didn't want to go out. I was stuck in my room, there was a bunch of furries in my apartment, people that are just odd that I didn't want to hang
That's
out
funny.
with very much, and she kind
Damn.
of forced her way into my room, but in a nice way.
Okay, so that's basically
Damn!
the story
Oh my god. What a Rizzler.
of how they met.
She knows what she
Apparently, his
wants.
roommate was a furry, as you guys heard. He didn't like the whole furry thing, allegedly, but then he met Jade, he got into it, all of his friends turned on him, and now they're making only content together, as well as making content for her TikTok page, where they make jokes about him
what?
learning that she's a furry and getting over it, like, ooh.
Imagine, like, breaking your friendship over the fact that your friend has a furry girlfriend. If you ask me, they're just jealous because she is hot as shit. I'm sorry. Like, she is exactly my type. She is just beautiful person. Absolutely beautiful person. You're all beautiful people, but she's my type exactly.
Ooh, like as you guys saw in that video, like taking a step back because my girlfriend's a furry,
I mean,
realizing
you
that
know.
she's a furry. They do all of these like reenactments, whatever. It's
I'd probably be jealous if I didn't also have a beautiful girlfriend slash fiance now. I keep forgetting.
their whole
We're gonna
brand.
get married
But
soon.
then I scrolled down as I was watching this Love Don't Judge episode, and I started reading the YouTube comments. He was a furry. Considering that he goes around wearing
at
the
least
suits
shout
and
out
has
our
a persona
OnlyFans,
that she
or
made for
OnlyFans.
him, he still
OnlyFans.
is.
Huh.
He was canceled and left the community, got called out for being a POS and scamming people. His friends left him for those reasons, as the majority of his friends were also furries, which apparently the scamming hasn't changed. He hosted furry parties at his apartment where he was in the fursuit he owned of his previous Sona, went to furry conventions, all of it. It is wild to me that they are just blatantly lying to get people to view her OnlyFans. content.
Okay, well, if he's scamming people, that's different. But if we're getting, like, you've already agreed with the premise that if his friends broke up with him, you know, like in terms of being friends, that it's good. Okay, and I disagree with that. If what he is saying is true, that his friends left him because of his girlfriend, that sucks. That's a shitty thing to do. Okay, now whether or not he's actually a furry, I don't personally give a shit. I don't want to pry into these people's personal lives. If he doesn't want to tell you he's a furry, then maybe you should stop prying into it. You know, if he is one. Now, if he's actually scamming people, so what does it say? He was canceled and left the community. Okay, if that's true, then I disagree with what he's doing. Okay? He shouldn't be scamming people. That's bad. But let's parse out which parts of this are actually bad, and being a furry is not one of them.
So it's another scam. It's wild. Okay, here's another one. I'm a furry. This is Jade the Fur and Dime, Demetrius. They're very problematic.
Alec, need a minute to speak about that ugly top. Yeah, it's not the best top. Fashion is a choice, and this is not a great look for you, Brett.
In the fandom. The guy, Dime, was a furry and then got
I'm a furry. This is Jade the Fur and Dime. They're very problematic in the fandom. The guy Dime was a furry. I'm kind of interested in what this drama is. Jade, Dime, furry, drama. Dime and Jade drama furry. Jade the furry drama. Made a diss track on Jade and Dime. No. Good on that. Rip, not a furry, Dime, and Jade are some hoe-ass bitches. Another SoundCloud diss. Jade and Dime diss track. Let's see if we can find it in the comments here. Yeah, I don't care about that. What did they do? I'm not really good at finding the whole story. Yeah, that's the problem I'm having. Does anybody know about this drama? You'll get copyrighted? Probably, I don't know. Oh yeah, it's in reference to watching that. Not that I know. Drama, Reddit. Jade Fury rant. r/Homestuck. Jade is a furry. I can't find anything about it. Hold on. Okay, this is a mystery of grand proportions. Reagan1491 on Twitter. No, that's on YouTube. Shit. Where's the Twitter post? No, that's another YouTube comment. Dime furry. Dime Jade furry. Okay. We've got some inflation fetish art. We got some diaper fetish art. We got some regular porn. We have a interesting drawing of just a furry. Well, I'm not pulling up anything. I don't know. This would be a good plug, though. If anybody in the YouTube, watching on YouTube knows about the furry Jade drama, please put it in the comments below so that I personally can be updated on the situation, because I can't find shit on this. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
It is wild to me that wild. Okay, here's another one. I'm a furry. This is Jade the Fur and Dime, Demetrius. They're very problematic in the fandom. The guy, Dime, was a furry and then got canceled, so he left. They will do anything for clout. I mean, guys, there were so many comments. So many that corroborate all of this. And I don't know where to find.
Okay, but that's separate from the fact that they're furries. You can be a piece of shit and not be a furry. You can also be a furry and be a piece of shit. Okay? You can be trans and be a piece of shit. You can be gay and be a piece of shit. You can be black or Asian or whatever else and be a piece of shit. Like, just because you are a furry and a piece of shit does not mean being a furry makes you a piece of shit. That's not true. Okay? Or that being furry is necessarily sexual.
Find the furries on the internet. I don't know where you guys hang and get this information and chat. I really don't want to know. You guys can keep that to yourself. Love that for you. But the only thing that I found was this from a Reddit post. It was this guy talking about, you know, how there are no real furries left in the furry fandom. It was 3 years ago. And they were all talking about infighting within the furry community and how that has just blown the whole thing.
Oh, it's probably toxic as shit. I'm not going to lie. Like, that seems like it breeds toxicity to a vulgar extent.
Up, and this person said, hey, there are furries that are encouraging violence against people that remain neutral or centered when it comes to politics. Fursuiters like Demetrius Trader got death threats of being burnt alive on his fursuit over not wanting to repeat BLM ACAB like the other furries. He got put on lists of Nazi furs when he did not even show support for that awful time.
Nazi furs to awful time furry. Yeah, that's pretty cringe. You probably, like, shouldn't threaten people with death or burning them over not wanting to repeat BLM and ACAB. Probably not the best idea. Maybe don't do that.
Type of furry. The mentality of with me or against me is pretty much destroying the furry community on itself. Like, this is wild. I don't know if this is the same.
There are people who want to remain apolitical, quote unquote. And I get it. You know, like, okay, somebody doesn't want to say BLM or ACAB. That's not a reason to, like, attack them. I'm sorry, guys. It's just not.
Same guy. Demetrius in the video that we just watched is
I don't say ACAB anymore.
Demetrius here, but could there be two furry Demetriuses that were canceled in the last few years? I don't know. Regardless, it just seemed interesting. If you guys are in this world and you want to shed light on this, please let me know, because now I'm very, very interested. And also, the thought of furries turning on each other at a convention or in Reddit threads over political fighting just cracks me up. It's just like, it's too good. It's wild. Anyway, back to the point of this.
I love it when people fight, right? I love it when infighting goes on in a completely otherwise, like, you know, a community that has a common interest. I love that. Because I'm Brett Cooper, by the way.
Story. Is anyone really surprised that this is allegedly all for attention? Like, they are furries who make fetish-only content. I would argue that they are desperate to be different and stand out and get attention. I mean, like, look at this furry scene from LA.
That's another thing. It's like, being furry is not a cry for attention. You know? Like, there are so many other ways to cry out for attention other than being a furry. Like, sometimes you're just you can be a furry crying out for attention, but those aren't, like, inherently intertwined. Sometimes you're just a furry, you know? That's all I'm saying. I cry out for attention, okay? I am constantly crying out for attention. That's why I became a YouTuber. And I got my attention, you know? I got invited to a Progressive Victory event with Vosh and We're in Hell and Dreg and all them. And it was awesome. You know, so my cries for attention worked. Content creators such as Brett Cooper are the biggest people who cry out for attention. And like myself.
Pride. This was a special part
of knitting's
the
a cry
Pride
for
Parade
attention.
in LA.
Yes, crocheting.
So first up, we have the people in, like,
I see nothing wrong here. I think this is fine.
the BDSM and the pup masks. Don't ask. And just wait.
Oh, I see the pup mask. Yeah, I just don't give a shit.
They're gonna go around. Gotta see the people behind them.
They look
wait,
fine.
Here we go. That's freaking creepy. Oh, there they are.
They look fine. I'm sorry, they look fine. Like, I don't see anything wrong here. Nobody's showing bits. You know, they're just in outfits, having a good time. I don't care. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Why do you care so much? Let people have fun. Goddamn. Let people have fun. Just stop. Just stop, Brett Cooper. Stop.
They have arrived.
Stick in the fucking mud.
How did we get from
they're fully
we
dressed.
just want to love one another, we just want to love who we love and get married, to this? The slippery slope is to love
Go
one
back.
another. We just want to love who we love and get married to this.
Okay. That's great. More power to you. That's a consenting adult right there. That's a consenting adult. Yeah, that's fine. Marry them. If they want to get married, sure. Why not?
The slippery slope is insane. Like, why? Literally why? And I have no idea why.
It doesn't matter why. Fuck you. Literally doesn't matter why. If you are actually curious, then ask them yourself, okay? This is a bad faith questioning, okay? Because you don't give a shit why. You just are, you just want to get rid of them because you find them degenerate. Like, that's the bottom line. You don't actually give a shit why.
Why people are just standing around applauding for this, for being so brave because you're walking around in your BDSM suit or any of.
Maybe they just like furries. Maybe the people who are, like, there just like furries, you know? And also, I'm sorry, but some of these fursuits were banging. Look. Like, this is amazing. This is art, dude.
They have arrived.
This is art right here. Look at that. A Minecraft furry. Like, this is really good. Okay? Like, the amount of effort and time that it must have taken and that went into making this is insane. Okay? It's coming from somebody who now crochets shit. All right? Like, that's a lot of time and effort and probably money as well, if this person made it themselves. Now, if they didn't make it themselves, or they commissioned it, that's still a lot of time, effort, and money for somebody to create this. And I think that's really cool that, you know, they could support a creator like that. So, yeah, I don't see the problem.
Like, love and get married to this. The slippery slope is insane. Like, why? Literally why? And I have no idea why people are just standing around applauding for this, for being so brave because you're walking around in your BDSM suit or any of that. But clearly, the people marching want attention. That is the reason why they're there. And then if you don't give it to them, then they become the victim and you become the problem because you don't understand. Just like Demetrius.
They're not out there for you, Brett. Like, they don't care if you're there or not. I don't think they'd care if anybody's there or not, like, actually watching the parade. They're just happy to be part of, like, the furry community. Sometimes people are just happy to be part of the action, you know? That's fine. I'm happy to be part of the action, you know? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody wants to be part of the action sometimes. That's not a cry for attention. Fursuiters makers are usually also furries. Yeah, of course. No, we'd be fine if you didn't comment on the Pride Parade, actually. Yeah, exactly. Also, what does Brett dare? She cannot date furries if she doesn't want to. That's fine. Well, she has to make sure that everybody else believes the thing that she believes.
Was saying about his friends, if any of that was actually true. But in that New York Post article, he said the concern they had mostly was just immaturity, not wanting to do their own research, just listening to what they had been brainwashed into believing is true. I mean, the whole thing.
I agree with that.
Is just ridiculous
She's on full
and
display
absurd.
here.
And I know that people are into some wild, weird stuff, but the way that that has seeped out of the bedroom and into normal, decent society is truly unhinged.
But you're reading the sexuality into it, my friend, okay? If you want to, okay, if you're a consenting adult, you can go wild. Go wild. If you are a consenting adult, all right, by yourself or with another consenting adult, go fucking wild. You can do whatever you want. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Just make sure if it's sexual, you keep it in the bedroom. And if it's not sexual, go wild. Who fucking gives a shit? Okay? They're adults, man. They can make their own fucking choices. Like, what do you mean leak out of the bedroom? You're reading that shit into it. Okay? They're dressed up in animal costumes. They might as well just be Pixar characters. All right? It's not that deep or that sexual. You are making it that sexual. Okay? You are. Should we shun Mickey and Minnie too? Yes.
Like, I mean, last month, students at a junior high school in Utah planned a walkout to protest the furries at their school. There's a headline about this and everything, multiple articles.
All 5 people showed up. I hope they got detention.
Students walk out of Utah Middle School to protest furries. I mean, listen to how insane all this
I hope
is.
they got
This is from that
detention.
article. The student said that there are...
Here, actually, let's see. Students walk out of Utah Middle School to protest furries. Let's take a look. Students. Perfect. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Several students and adults participated in an hours-long walkout from Utah's Mount Nebo Middle School on Wednesday. The reason for the protest, furries. A petition was started online Sunday with an initial target of 500 signatures, a number of signatures that was reached by Wednesday, prompting the goal to increase to 1,000 signatures. The description for the petition says that the administration of the school should more strictly enforce the district's dress code. Specifically, supporters of the petition are trying to get stronger enforcement for the following section of the dress code: jewelry, accessories, tattoos, hair, facial hair, and other elements of a student's appearance that draw undue attention, distract, disrupt, or otherwise interfere with the learning atmosphere at school or at school activities and events, or that create a health, safety, or welfare issue are prohibited. What is a furry? We already know. Why did students... Well, actually, I'm kind of interested in what they think it is. Furry's a fandom. We don't think that we're animals. There you go. I really like the idea of animals that walk and talk, so I'm going to dress up as one. Why did the students protest furries? Students who walked out expressed some of their grievances, even calling for the expulsion and banning of the furries. Expulsion? Jesus. When Bartholomew asked if their parents knew they were out protesting, the students answered with a resounding yes. Their parents are probably the ones who told them to go do it. Several children can be seen holding signs reading "Compelled speech is not free speech." Another one was holding a sign that says "I will not comply." Another sign said "We just want to learn." That's so lame. The students said there are attacks from the furries every day, but we're unsure of how many furries there actually are at the school. Shouting out numbers ranging from 5 to 100 students. Oh yes, very consistent. Very consistent. It's probably like a dozen kids that have like a furry club. The school's furry population is accused of biting, scratching, spraying air freshener on, barking at, and chasing other students. If there is a person doing that, that is bad. If there are several people doing that, that is bad. But you can be a furry and not do that shit, okay? Obviously that stuff's bad. But being a furry and doing shit that's bad are not directly intertwined. What do school officials say? A lot of the information that's been put out there is completely incorrect and inaccurate. While Sorensen said that there have been issues with harassment or students making others feel uncomfortable or safe, he said most of the claims online are false. Wow, imagine that. Should have led with that. Fox 59. The administration at the school addressed that with the entire student body, and they sent out a couple of emails, Sorensen said. Some of these emails were misinterpreted, and parents took to online formats to voice some of their concerns and questions. Sorensen said students are not dressing up as cats and dogs, and because there is a dress code in place, he doesn't think videos that have been shared online are from Nebo schools. Sorensen emphasized that so they're just sharing videos from other fucking places and saying that it's from the school. Cool. Sorensen emphasized that the main goals of the district are open communication and student safety. Today we had some students and parents choose to exercise their right to assemble and do a little protest they did their little protest, they have the right to do their little protest, for what they perceived. That's a power move, by the way. For what they perceived was something that was happening in the school. It is actually not something that has been occurring. Reports of students dressing as animals are a little bit inaccurate, saying students wearing headbands with ears are similar to students wearing bows and sports jerseys. I agree. Sorensen said dressing up is just what students of this age do. Yeah, like I've seen students wearing fucking tails. I just don't care. Like if at worst it makes them get fun of, and I don't agree with that. But like, it's just not that distracting, man. People look at it and they forget about it after 5 seconds. Utah in general has a pretty good nerd culture, and while furry is still a little bit fringe in that, we are generally pretty accepted, Strudel said. Strudel said kids latch onto things really easily and can see how dressing up at school can be as distracting. Strudel also said it may be best to keep the two separate. School is for learning. It is a place of education first and foremost. I can see some limits being placed on like what you're allowed to wear. Like if you're wearing a full-on fursuit at school, I don't think that's honestly acceptable. I do personally believe that that's a little bit distracting. But if you want to wear certain elements of being a furry, like having ears or like a tail, like or like fur claws or like there's not claws, they're the oven mitts or whatever they are. I just don't care that much. I don't think anybody cares that much. Like if it's becoming a clear distraction, at a certain point you got to look at the parents of the kids who are being distracted and say, your kid's distracted by somebody else and how they look, and that is your problem to deal with, not theirs, because they're not hurting anybody. All right? Your child is being distracted because of what a different student is doing that is not harming anything, and that is your problem to deal with. Please deal with it. I think that's fair. You know? That's just me. Kids do shit like this. This has nothing to do with the furry fandom. Exactly. I think a fursuit makes more sense for special occasions. I think a full fursuit would be too distracting for multiple reasons. A full fursuit is even though it's not technically hurting anybody, I do personally believe that one, that's too distracting. Two, like, it's not really conducive to a learning learning environment. You know what I mean? I think that's fine. It's fine to set a limit. I've worn cat ears in public once just for fun. I'm not even a furry. I just think the ears were cute. Yeah. So yeah, this is, of course you just show the title. There's a lot more to this story than just what meets the eye, but whatever.
To protest furries. I mean, listen to how insane all this is. This is from that article.
I hope they got the
said that
attention.
there are attacks from furries every day, but are unsure of how many furries are actually at the school.
And the article followed up by saying that shit's not true.
Shouting out numbers ranging from 5 to 100 students who identify as such. The school's
Why would you leave that in? That's so inconsistent. That is incredibly inconsistent.
furry population is accused of biting, scratching, spraying air freshener on, barking at, and chasing other students.
They also said that that's not true. None of this has been corroborated.
And people have the gall to come at me and say, oh no, if I homeschool my children, they will be socially inept.
Read the rest of the article, Brett. Read the rest of it.
They'll be weird. I just need them to be normal.
Yes, if you homeschool your kids, they will be weird. Sorry. Homeschool is not good for kids.
This is apparently normal. This is happening in public schools at normal schools in nice Utah. So no.
I'd rather my kid be a furry than a fucking homeschooled Christian. Fuck you.
Oh, I think I'll stick with my plan of homeschooling my future children. Thank you very much. My friend Savannah
Christian
Hernandez
fundamentalist.
commented under this story and said, what do you think Chinese officials who watch our news think when they see this? Well, they laugh. They laugh so hard, they cackle, and then they...
Once again, I bring up, if you were to ask me, well, are you going to leave your child with a furry or a Christian? And I have no clue about anything else that this person, of this person identity, I'm going to leave them with a furry. And I'm sorry for Christians in my chat and in my audience. I'm sorry. But like the number of child molesting and sexual exploitation accusations that have come against the church, the Catholic Church, and even the Protestant Church is just so much higher than anything that we've seen from the furry community. I'm sorry. I know that furries do take advantage of kids sometimes, but it's just so much more common in religious institutions, and that's just a fact. So if you ask me, would you rather leave your child with a furry or a Christian, and that is all that you know about the two of them, I'm leaving my child with a fucking furry, okay? Because they're much less, if I had to pick, because they are much less likely to be molested than by a fucking fundamentalist Christian.
They probably sit down and plot against us because they realize how weak and ridiculous we are. Anyway, because we have to pretend like all of this is just normal, a news outlet literally got a member of the adult furry community to come in and comment on this.
Yeah, and it's like non-furry kids definitely don't bite or chase other kids. They don't bite. They don't. I literally had a kid who was like not a furry or anything like that bite into another child's arm when I was a gymnastics coach and like leave marks. Like they almost fucking broke the skin. Okay? Kids do that shit all the time. It's called being a kid. And you discipline your kid so that they don't do that. All right? Yeah, it's bad to bite. Teach your kid not to. I don't care if they're furry. Teach them not to bite. Thinking about it, if I ever adopt kids, I'm not going to talk about my faith to them until it becomes relevant. And even then, it's like, whatever. Yeah, it's like, if as long as you're teaching your kids good lessons, they can be religious if you want. I don't care. It's when you start teaching them to evangelize and tell them that like everybody needs to be Christian or whatever that I have a problem.
Protest in this walkout, and Wokeness posted about this last month and said, what a time to be alive. Yesterday, over 70 students walked out of Mount Nebo School to protest the school for letting furries bite, bark,
70,
and lick
wow.
them. ABC even interviewed a member of the furry community, they, them, to give a comment on the situation. Just watch this video.
This is Strudel, a member of the furry fandom. Though they've been a furry for over a decade, they have their own opinions.
It's a great suit. That is an artistically done suit. Well done.
It's escalated to this point where these kids are being
I think it's really funny that the voice is muffled, though. Sorry.
so distracting to their peers.
Strudel, the lower third. Strudel. Oh my God.
That their peers want to stage a
cares?
walkout,
Yeah.
or to have, you know, the next generation kind of muddy our name and not represent it very well. It is kind of disappointing.
Strudel believes there should be some limits.
Continue doing things you like, continue dressing up, continue making art, but maybe let's keep it outside of school hours.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but suddenly I agree with the furry. I agree with Strudel.
Wow, it's almost as if the furries aren't freaks, dude. It's almost as if they agree that, like, there's certain limitations. Wow, they're just a regular fucking community? Who would have guessed? I wouldn't have, surely. Unlike the conservative Christians who want to bring all their fucking shit into school. Let's not forget that. Remember what they just did in Louisiana with the 10 Commandments? Gotta plaster that shit all over the walls. Great. Love that. I'm just saying.
Strudel. Keep it outside of school, baby. Keep it at home, in your bedroom, where it belongs, since it is a fetish. Crazy, crazy thought. I can't believe that that has to be said.
It's not a fetish!
Hey, it's 2024. Decency obviously no longer exists. Hey guys, Brett.
Oh, yeah. My blood pressure can only take so much of these fucking freaks, man. I tell you what. Well, there you go. Yeah, it was a trash video. Yeah, being a Lakers fan is a fetish. Very good. All right. You guys aren't going to believe me, but I have to pee again. Small bladder. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Alright, I don't want to end just yet. Let me see what else I got in the tank here. I was playing that Animal Crossing song in my head. There we go. What's up, Vice Hella? Oh, this would also be a good time, I guess, to show my Etsy store. Let's see. Etsy.com/shop/GunterGrabs. So you can see here we got Gunter Grabs. We got 2 items on sale right now. We're gonna have some more soon. We got Gunter stress balls. I am out of Gunter stress balls. I handed them all out over the weekend. Saki Tanuki has one. I gave one of the latest models to Saki Tanuki. They are more tightly knit now. So if you're looking for a stress ball, I can give you an idea of what they might look. Oh, I never showed you guys my crochet egg. Hold on. Look at my crochet egg. It was supposed to be a Pokemon egg, but it kind of turned into a Yoshi egg looking thing. Pretty cool, right? So yeah, the balls will look, the fuzzy balls will look a little bit more akin to this. They'll be a little bit smaller. But I thought about putting in some sizing options as well. Where's the on-screen chat coming from? That is an excellent question. Just go to https://alecgunter.com/live and you'll find out. But yeah, so we got crochet balls and then we got stickers. I'm thinking about putting some bracelets on there, maybe some bookmarks. I thought about a crochet Alec doll, although I'm still like a little bit back and forth on that. Some hand warmers maybe. People were really interested in the hand warmers. If you guys don't know the hand warmers, I can make them in a variety of colors, just as long as the colors are like horizontal. I don't want to mess with vertical colors. But horizontal colored hand warmers we can do, for sure. We got bicolors. Sorry, the coloring is really bad on this camera, but you guys get the idea. Bot dead? Oh my god, why? I can't access the Etsy? Please disable JS and disable any ad blocker. I can't help with that. If Etsy disables if Etsy doesn't allow ad block. There's the Etsy. I want the next stress ball to have something squishier in them, something I can squeeze hard. I could put maybe like gel balls or something. Like what are those these things. Little white cum balls. Or like these. I could put those in there. Yeah, you might have to switch your browser. But yeah, so for the stress balls are just filled with like classic polyester filling. I also thought about possibly selling my Teddy Ursa and my Snorlax. Although if I do that, I'm gonna have to, I might make another one. If I sell the Snorlax, it's gonna be for several $100s. I'm just saying. It's gonna be an expensive boy. Because I put a lot of time and effort into that and a lot of money. More money than I should have. So, let me think. I got, the balls of yarn that I used are about 10 bucks each. I used about 4 of the blue ones. No, I used like 6 of the blue ones. So that's 60 bucks there. I used 1.5 of the cream ones. So it's like 75 bucks. I'm probably going to use all of the cream ones actually. So that's 80 bucks. The brown one, we'll call it like 100 bucks for the yarn. We'll call it like 50 bucks for the stuffing. So it's $150 just for the raw materials. And then the work that went into it, I mean, I put a lot of work into it. So we're talking probably like 400, 500 bucks. If I sell it. Or some kind of kinetic sand. The only issue with sand is that we'll probably go through the stuffing or it'll probably go through the stitching very easily. Best, here, let's try this. Best material for crochet stress ball. Here we go. First, you'll need to decide what you prefer for stuffing. You can use simple fiber fill as I've listed in the materials, but you can also use a store-bought stress ball, or you can make one using a balloon and cornstarch. Ooh, there's a good idea. Balloon and cornstarch. There you go. That way you can like just put the balloon with the cornstarch inside of the... ooh, that's a good idea. I have cornstarch. That's a good idea. It's a great idea. Thank you very much, Hot Take Candy. I think I'll have to look into that. The next batch is going to be banging. You have to put the sand in a container of some sort. Yeah, I think a balloon with cornstarch would work very well. But yeah, go to the Etsy store. Buy my shit. You can also get stickers. Stickers in a variety of colors. If it works, I'll be purchasing. Excellent. Yeah, we gotta upgrade the stress balls. Uh-oh. Vosh mentioned me in a video. Should we go over it? Should we go over it, or should I find something else to go over? We could, I guess. Why not? You guys don't seem very enthusiastic about it. Vosh bad? That's fine if you think that. Do it. Platforming Vouch. Please no. We'll skip it. We'll do something else. What do I have in other reacts? Eh. Please, yes. If we have nothing better, it's like completely fine. I don't know. I'd rather go over something else. I'll just comment. Thanks so much for having me on. Had a great time in Yonkers with you all. Okay.
You have the...
You know who we haven't checked in on in a while is Jordan Peterson. How was Yonkers anyway? Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier. I have to what? What? I already forgot what I said, sorry. It is a good name. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. Everybody was super nice. I had a great time. I was super privileged to be invited. I was probably the smallest content creator there. So, but I had a great time. I was very glad that I was invited. Jordan Peterson said I have to, but I got cut off. Oh, got it. Really? You look like a big guy to me? I appreciate it. Some people think that I'm gonna... People thought that I would be smaller in person. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the camera angle. Maybe I need like a forward-facing camera so people know how buff I am. You know what I mean? Here, we'll watch a little bit. I'll split the middle. We'll watch a little bit. It won't be a YouTube segment, okay?
All right, everyone. Up next is Alec Gunther. I'm leading him in because it might look like he's taller than me and yoked, and it's just a trick of the eye. It's just the camera. It's not.
Well, thank you. That's very flattering. I appreciate it.
Oh God, I can't do it.
Seriously though, you've been hitting it.
Have I now?
You.
Oh no, I can't do it. As soon as I heard my voice, I was like, nope, can't do it. I don't know. I don't know.
Must have been, right?
I've been trying
You've
to.
been eating your fucking Wheaties? Where'd those shoulders come from, man?
I mean, I've had them ever since my football days, so. Yeah, I've been trying to work out more lately, but man, it's been rough. I just went for a walk I
told you, I warned you about that walk, didn't I?
Yeah, it was hot out there. It was a blazer.
Okay, I'm not nearly as sweaty as I thought I was, so that's good. There's something awful about hearing yourself. I don't mind it when it's from my microphone, but like when it's from their shitty microphones, I can't do it. You linked it on Discord, link in the description. Showing off that badass necklace too. Yeah, I can't find it right now. That's why I'm wearing the Hyrule one. Okay, I'll give it to 1 minute. You guys get 1 minute.
And so that's why I'm sweaty right now. Because it was very dumb of me to do. But like, my endurance has taken a nosedive lately. I don't know what it is. I just am. I'm trying to get back to the gym, but
you're inhaling like a few milliliters of water every time you breathe. So like, it probably isn't doing like phenomenal for your endurance.
Okay, you guys get the idea. If you want to watch the rest, I'll link it. You guys can go watch it yourselves. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. There's something very cringeworthy about how I sound on their cheap mics. I can't get past it. Oh yeah, we were looking at furry stuff. Not for me. It's not for me. The health crisis is manufactured. Now that looks like a banger. You're really attractive. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do my best. All right, I think it's time for a Jordan Peterson react, and then I think I'll be good for the night. The health crisis is manufactured, or at least that's what some would have you believe. Some people, such as Jordan Peterson. Now, what does he mean by this? I don't exactly know what he means by the health crisis is manufactured. He does have a food pyramid on here, and the food pyramid has a bad track record, but I think that there is a health crisis in America. I don't think it's manufactured. I think that it's manufactured insofar as like it's caused by capitalism, but that's a whole other thing. I'm sure that Jordan Peterson does not mean that. So I would like to go into what he thinks of the health crisis and what we should do about it. Let's see.
Do grains qualify?
And I should note that I'm going over this video particularly because I'm an RN and I'm very interested in the health crisis. So let's take a look.
As a whole food?
Well, certainly
Sorry.
Do grains qualify as a whole food?
As a whole food? I don't know what that means because it's part of a balanced meal. You know, like if you eat your greens, it's good. Like vegetables are a good thing to have, but they're not like an entire meal per se. Typically, usually you need some protein, you need some fat. You know, that's just me.
Well, certainly the form in which they are most frequently consumed today, absolutely not. Most people today, you know, the form of grains which most people consume are refined grains.
Muffins.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Health cake.
And even if you were to go to Google Images and look at the image of the food pyramid.
Wait, but grains are not vegetables. They're not greens. They're grains. Unless he said grains. Are grains whole food? Oh, did he say grains? Oh, if he said grains, then yeah, I agree. Like that also is not like an entirely balanced meal. I mean, grains are good for you. Sorry, I thought he said greens. It's hard to understand him sometimes.
Pyramid, which thankfully has been retired. You know, what it's been replaced by is, you know, I would say not that much better.
Yeah.
Although it is an improvement, but I mean, it was literally the illustrated USDA food pyramid. It was like pasta. It was like loaves of bread.
Yeah.
And that is because, which they're not going to touch on, that is because of the what is it called? Oh God, I know there's a reason for this. My brain's dead right now. Hold on. The lobbying of sugar companies and grain companies, okay? There was a lot of lobbying going on to get that out there that like grains are really good for you and you should eat more pasta and more bread and stuff and more cereal. There was a huge lobby for it. There was a huge fight between the fat industry and the carb industry, and both can be bad for you in vast quantities, but the carb industry won out. And so that's why we think that fats are super bad for us and carbs are actually good for us. Or at least we did for a long time, and now that's kind of backtracking, thankfully. But that's why the food pyramid looked like this for a long time. Look at this shit. It's telling you have 6 to 11 servings of grains, bread, cereal, rice, and pasta. And then fruit and vegetables right above that. I'm sorry, man. You need more fruits and vegetables than anything else, really. Like, at the end of it all, this is where you're getting all your nutrients. You're not even, it's not even for calories necessarily. This is where your nutrients come from. This is all empty carbs. All of this, empty carbs, okay? For the most part. Like, there are some very good grains, like whole grains and such, that give you good nutrients and fiber. But, like, you need fruits and vegetables almost more than anything else. That's really what's going to be good for you. Meat, you can get iron from it. Milk and dairy, you can get calcium from that. But yeah, this down here is the main problem. This is bullshit. Fats, oils, and sweets, probably like you need just as much as carbs, really. Here's what you really need. Let me show you. Macro calories. So your 3 main macro calories are fats, carbs, and proteins, okay? A 4th one's alcohol. Don't worry about it. Fats, carbs, and proteins, okay? Fats, carbs, proteins, split. Okay? Here's what you need. Go away, AI. So it is going to be mostly carbs, okay? Because that's where you get your energy. So it's about 40 to 50% carbohydrates, but you want to eat healthy carbs. You want to eat fruits, vegetables, grains, like healthy grains, stuff like that, okay? That's carbohydrates, all right? 30% of it's going to be your protein. That's going to be your chicken, your meat, your lentils, right? Your spinach is good protein. Or no, that's yeah. Hold on. Yeah, spinach has good iron. That's what I'm thinking of. Spinach has iron, not protein. Duh. Yeah, your lentils and your meats and your soy and stuff like that are going to be your protein, okay? Fat, you want fat, but you want good fats, okay? It's not even necessarily unsaturated fats. Saturated fats can be good for you in small quantities. You just want to make sure that the fats that you're getting are, coming along with vitamins, stuff like avocados, Soy has protein in it, doesn't it? Yeah, it's a protein, yeah. So yeah, that's the basic breakdown right there. This is what you want. And as long as you're getting a good mix of these, and you're getting these in addition to basic micronutrients such as iron, calcium, vitamins A through, A, B, K, C, all that good stuff, vitamin D. That's really where a lot of people get messed up, okay? That's where you get nutrient deficiency even while being like a larger, fatter person sometimes. Nutrient deficiency is a big problem in the United States. I got reminded of the whole soy boy thing and estrogen BS. Oh yeah. Soy is a common source of protein supplements, which is bizarre to me that like people would say that like soy is like feminizing you or something. It's crazy. No, it's a great source of protein. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Like you're telling me that that's essential for good health, that I need to be eating 7 to 11 servings of this
at least
on a daily basis.
That is crazy.
If you actually look at what a grain is, I mean, most grains today actually in the supermarket are fortified because they're so nutrient impoverished that they have to have added nutrients added to them to make
even
them
in their basic form
serve any sort of dietary value at all. But they're essentially pure. It's essentially pure energy. It's cattle feed. Now, I'm not saying that grains can't play a supportive role to health. I mean, certainly you look at,
You should have fortified grains. I don't think that grains are necessarily bad for you. You just got to make sure that you're getting the right ones in the right quantities.
For example, bodybuilders who are in fantastic physical shape, it's not, they do, many of them on social media, the more prominent ones
but
do
so
use
far, I
performance
largely
enhancing
agree.
drugs. But I mean, grains can be used to facilitate exercise performance and the like. And I think
if you can say too, like socially speaking, the first order problem
Here we go.
our society had to contend with was getting everyone enough calories.
Yeah.
Right. And
okay.
You could see some utility in.
And also, like that's the first problem, sure. But another thing you got to go into is the nutrients, right? Because a lot of Americans for a long time are very nutrient deficient. So that's the next big problem. We'll see if they bring that up. Yeah, corn syrup and cornstarch are basically in everything.
In generating cheap calories. I often think about corn syrup in that regard.
Yep,
corn syrup is a very cheap source
but
of
why?
calories.
Subsidies. Subsidies to the corn industry, okay? To farmers to produce more corn. That's where it comes from. It's a capitalism problem, but they're never going to touch on that.
The problem is obesity and not starvation. Corn syrup seems like a very bad solution.
Correct.
And so, I'm willing to give the Department of Agriculture, let's say.
But you can be starved of nutrients and still be obese, just so you know. And cornstarch doesn't help that, but they're not going to touch on that.
It's credit for assuming that, or for ensuring that calories per se are in plentiful supply, which is the case. But man, we're paying a vicious price for it on the other side of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is we live amidst the first time in human history where there are more overweight people walking the earth than underweight.
Right.
And so we've solved the food scarcity problem. I mean,
is that even true? I mean, I guess it could be. I don't know. I'll take his word for it.
You'd be hard pressed to find anybody.
And by the way, we've solved the food scarcity problem, true, but we haven't solved like world hunger, which is again a problem with capitalism.
In a state of energy deficit today in the Western world.
Yeah.
Especially
and
here
increasingly in the developed world, except when that's used for political, like most of the starvation in particular in the developed world is purposeful, not the consequence.
Okay, from where? Where does it come from?
Of economic inadequacy, right?
Yeah.
It's targeted. And so, and that's a good thing that we solved that problem. But these problems are not trivial either.
Yeah.
And
see, again, like I said, they're not going to delve into it. It's like, yeah, it is targeted, but how and why? Like it's important to delve into that. Like, let's look at the structure of capital and see why there are people in what we call third world nations starving to death when we have plenty of food to go around. You know, it's because we extract resources from their nations and don't give a shit about their well-being. Okay? And we waste food all over the place. That's why.
They're getting worse.
Correct. And
that
I'm not
part is
saying
manufactured.
that grains cause, Alzheimer's disease. That's never been my stance. But, we do have to look at this as a food quality problem.
Wait, what did he just say about Alzheimer's?
Disease. That's never been my stance. But,
okay.
We do have to look at this as a food quality problem. And grains, I don't believe are, particularly when you have all these other options in the supermarket, like grass-fed, grass-finished beef, wild fatty fish, salmon, for example, sardines, eggs. Eggs are one of nature's cognitive multivitamins. A study was just published that found that, just consuming
they were demonized too.
They were demonized too.
You
Yeah.
bet.
And interestingly, and this is
what was this study that was demonized? I don't know anything about this. Eggs are quite good for you though. If you can get them like locally sourced from places that don't abuse their animals, it's usually better, but I digress.
Again, and to preface, I'll never, just to reiterate, I'll never know what caused my mom's dementia. I don't know if it had anything to do with nutrition. It could have had everything to do with nutrition. I don't.
Dementia can often be linked to nutrition. I mean, that's literally the shit that you're putting in your body on a daily basis, like 3 times a day. So that can absolutely be the case. It can contribute at least.
No, I'll never know. But, my mom was somebody who, for the entirety of her life, was concerned about heart disease. And so whatever the messaging was around...
By the way, I want to note that, getting Jordan Peterson's opinion on nutrition is bizarre, considering that he was on an all-meat diet and passed out because of an aversion to apple cider. Let's be real here. I'm not going to be getting my nutrition advice from him.
Heart disease is something that my mom adopted and ingrained essentially in not just her diet, but my diet growing up. And so, my kitchen was always filled with, low fat, fat-free, cholesterol-free, food-like products.
Yeah.
That adorned by the red Heart Healthy logo on them, which you still see ubiquitously in the supermarket, right?
That is
and
true.
Eggs were one of those foods that we threw out essentially in lieu of these more, processed, high-margin...
Nothing they're saying is wrong so far.
...replacement products. And an egg is literally a cognitive multivitamin. I mean, it contains a little bit of everything required to grow a brain, right? So it's postmarked by nature.
Eggs are very good for you.
This is what you need to grow a brain in an egg yolk, right?
Even if it's a chicken brain.
Even if it's a chicken brain.
That's a little simplistic, but yes, I largely agree that, you can't subsist entirely off of eggs, okay? There are some other nutrients that you need. Let's be real. But yes, eggs are very good for you. I get the idea.
But studies are now starting to show that they're an incredible cognitive multivitamin. A study was just published that found that, all it takes is 1 to 2 eggs a week in this one study. And there was something like a 50% risk, close to a 50% risk reduction for the development of Alzheimer's disease.
Really?
Wow.
We know that choline is one of the most important nutrients. In fact, about 40% of the effect that they saw in this observational trial, they thought was attributed to the fact that egg yolks are the top source of choline in the standard American diet. And yet 90% of adults today don't consume the adequate intake for choline on a daily basis. And choline
right,
is
so that's the consequence of
choline. What is choline? What does it do? Choline is a nutrient that is found in many foods. Your brain and nervous system need it to regulate memory, mood, muscle control, and other functions. You also need choline to form the membranes that surround your body cells. So eggs are a good source of choline, apparently. Which food is highest in choline? Liver, egg yolks, beef, chicken breast, fish, broccoli, soy, dairy. Okay, yep. That checks out.
Demonizing eggs.
There you go. You demonize eggs.
Great.
90% of adults don't consume adequate.
Right, but again, eggs were demonized because of the corn industry. Okay, it all links back to capitalism. Once again, you subsidize farmers to grow corn. They all start growing a fuck ton of corn and saying that grains are good for you, actually. Grains are good for you. Grains are good for you. And this messaging gets put out to the larger populace, right? And then everybody thinks that fat is terrible for you because the fats lost the capitalism war, okay? They lost the competition. And so now nobody eats fucking eggs. Well, at least people didn't for a long time because it's mostly fat. It's fat and a little bit of protein with the egg white. In fact, the egg white is pretty much all protein. But yeah, eggs are really good for you. And it's a shame that capitalism did that to us.
With choline, which is crucially important. It's the backbone to acetylcholine,
Yeah,
which is
right.
the neurotransmitter involved in learning and memory.
Eggs are underrated.
Right? It forms the skeleton molecule of our neuronal membranes.
Is choline a neurotransmitter? I thought it was a amino acid. Or is it both? It can be both. It's a precursor for acetylcholine. There it is. Okay, so acetylcholine is the neurotransmitter. Choline is the precursor for it. So choline is formed into acetylcholine, and that's where you get the neurotransmitter part. So missing a step, but nonetheless.
Are crucially important for our, brain cell communication, our ability to perceive the world. So it's a fantastic food. And, I remember when my mom first served me, that egg, my first egg, she was like...
My first egg.
She warned me.
I remember when mother served me my first egg, and she warned me.
Not to consume them with any, significant frequency because they might clog my arteries.
Right. What an odd memory to have.
And we know the dietary cholesterol...
Mm-hmm. Well,
yes, I remember mother's eggs. Delicious. Mother's eggs.
The data was there a long time ago showing that this... I knew this in like in the 1980s. The
Welcome back, Straw Hat Monster.
Decreased risk of heart disease reported as a consequence of cholesterol lowering was swamped by the increase in suicide that was caused by the fact that cholesterol is a precursor to serotonin. So even if fewer people died of heart attacks, which is probably not true anyways, more people committed suicide. So...
Is that true? What he's saying might be true. I'm not sure. It makes sense, though. I'll just grant it as true.
So that's part of the problem with the complexity of dietary studies, right? Is you need to control for a lot of variables and you need to measure a lot of outcomes.
Yeah, but with these observational...
Okay, yes, but we still can only, they're trying to, so what they're trying to do here, it looks like, is insert doubt into scientific studies so that people will start doubting them all over the place. You should be skeptical of scientific studies, but if you don't know how to read them and be skeptical of them, that's going to lead to problems in your personal life. This is the problem with anti-vaxxers, right? They don't trust any of the studies. They don't trust any science at all because they were told that there was a mess up here or inconsistent data there. And they're not trained to interpret these results. The people who are trained to interpret the results have discovered that, yes, there was a lot of weird shit going on with capitalism that altered the course of these studies so that it favored grains over fats, okay? And both are very necessary for your health. So that's where it comes from. If you really want accurate studies, get rid of the monetary incentive. Just get rid of the profit incentive and you will have good studies.
Studies, there's always residual confounding.
Yes, always. There's no way of controlling it.
There's no way.
No. You can't do correlational dietary studies.
Yeah, you just can't.
No. They should never.
You can't do correlational dietary studies. What? I don't think that's true. You can't do... Yeah, you can. Wait, yeah, you can. You absolutely can. You can isolate a dietary substance and have people either consume it or not consume it, and then take data from that. Am I crazy? No, you can do correlational dietary studies. Right? What does he mean by that? I'm not being stupid, am I? Because I will own it if I'm being stupid. Yeah. I don't see why not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that makes sense. You can do elimination diets too. Elimination diets. That's a correlational dietary study. This doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, you just can't.
No. They should never be published.
Yeah, I'm pro...
Why not?
Plants. That's a flag that
Okay,
that I've planted,
Same.
no pun intended.
Yeah.
But it's not hard to imagine a world where, all of the mountains of evidence that we have observationally looking at, how fruits and vegetables impact human health, the positive effects that we see at the epidemiologic, scale, that could potentially be a false positive because everybody and their mother knows that fruits and vegetables are good for you, right? And eating fresh fruits and vegetables today is an incredible privilege in a time when, 60% of the calories come from these ultra-processed foods. It can be really difficult to find access to fresh fruits and vegetables, right?
Why? Why is it difficult to get access to fresh fruits and vegetables? It's because of... Starts with C and it rhymes with capitalism.
I mean, we do have RCT data showing us that there are beneficial compounds. I've talked about some of the phytochemicals in it. But conversely, red meat, it's also very easy.
Well, okay, so let's talk about that a bit, because I was obviously at some point we're going to get into the issue of the carnivore diet.
Yeah.
And so...
Also, what was he saying? Hold on, I'm going to go back for just a second, because he was saying that, like, false positive from, like, studies that show eating fresh fruits and vegetables is good for you. Guys, you don't understand. You see, like, it turns out spinach, not that great for you, actually. Good source of iron, my ass. Turns out everyone knows that eating fruits and vegetables is good for you, so any studies that we do on it is going to be a false positive. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. I'm sorry, that's really stupid.
Obviously, at some point, we're going to get into the issue of the carnivore diet.
Let's go.
And so
Carnivore
I guess
diet.
the first thing I'd say is, and you're making some allusion to it now, obviously.
Let's go.
What are your thoughts about the carnivore diet? And
Please.
its potential advantages and dangers?
Who's this guy he's talking to? Max Lugavere? Max Lugavere. Try Wikipedia. American author has written about diet and brain health, promotes diets that contain high amounts of animal source foods, and claims that veganism has increased risk of dementia. Oh, cool. Lugavere's views about supplements to supercharge the brain are not supported by scientific evidence. Oof. Oof. Well, there you go. He is an outspoken advocate against veganism. Cool. My view on veganism personally is that it is the morally correct thing to do, and I'm not going to do it because I'm too lazy, okay? I'm sorry. I respect the hell out of vegans, and I cannot do what you do. It's just too difficult. I have reduced my red meat intake, and I feel that that is adequate, and I'm sticking with that.
I think it's potentially a great therapeutic diet for people that have...
Wrong, sir. Wrong. A pure carnivore diet is fucking terrible for you. It's terrible. You are not going to get the vitamins and the nutrients that you need to survive, okay? And to function properly as a fucking human being. You're certainly going to get constipated. Let me tell you guys something. When I was in high school, I ate so much meat because I was trying to, like, bulk up for football, you know? And I got so constipated that the doctors thought that I had an appendicitis. That's how bad it was. I had to go to the fucking hospital for an appendicitis because I was too constipated, okay? That's what a pure meat diet will fucking do to you. And I wasn't even on a pure meat diet. That was just mostly protein, okay? Like, there's a lot of McDonald's, there's a lot of protein shakes, and that's about it. Okay? And I had to get on fucking Miralax for a while. And it sucked. I was up all night shitting liquid, okay? I know that's too much information, but you get my point. It was not great. Point is, get some fucking fiber in your diet, get some fruit and vegetables. It is good for you, okay? Fruits and vegetables are good for you, as it turns out. Who would have guessed? Please do not do a carnivore diet. It's very stupid.
Have, a predisposition to autoimmunity.
Yeah, okay.
And it's not something that I would ever behold to anybody.
Red meat is contraindicated for people with autoimmune disorders, just so you know. Okay, for most autoimmune disorders, red meat is contraindicated. The only one that it's not, anemia is not autoimmune necessarily, but anemia, probably good to have some red meat in your diet. Other than that, red meat's really not good for you guys. Okay, avoid it, unless you're anemic.
Here's the other thing: is that diet zealots, particularly today on social media, they seem to be very emotionally invested in what other people eat. Mm-hmm. I don't care ultimately what other people eat.
Yeah, I
just want
feel the same way about that.
Yeah.
You know, at say a moral level.
Right, but like
or emotional,
you want people to be able to make.
I think okay, so I've been thinking about this a lot lately, and I think that there is more of a problem with people like bitching about vegans than there is about vegans morally preaching to other people. I think that people feel judged by vegetarians and vegans. There was recently a Game Grumps segment I saw where Aaron Hansen from Game Grumps is a vegetarian, right? And he says that he tells people sometimes that he's vegetarian. And he says he feels that they feel judged. Like it's immediately putting people on edge. Like they're being judged because they're not personally vegetarian. That's a personal problem. Okay? You feel judged because you feel like you're not as moral as people who are vegetarian or vegan, which is true, by the way. Which is true. Because being vegetarian or vegan means that you don't go out of your way to eat animals that have been killed for your pleasure. Okay? I'm not vegetarian or vegan, but I do think it's the more ethical way to go about your life. All right? That's just true. Not involved in the torture of animals, the horrific meatpacking industry, okay? I'm just saying. But I don't feel judged because I do a myriad of things that I feel help the world improve, okay? And I understand also that there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, baby, so just enjoy your life. All right? Hard disagree? On what? That being vegetarian or vegan is more moral? I'm sorry, but like the way that the current meat industry works is that it's horrific. Okay? Meat that isn't fish or poultry. I still think even poultry is like not very moral, but the cattle industry for sure is the worst of it. If you want to try low meat dishes, Arab and Mediterranean dishes are often vegetarian or low meat and are delicious. That's a good point. I've had Mediterranean before like a couple of times and it's really, really good. When they say red meat, does that mean beef in general, or are we talking about it being not cooked brown? Oh, red meat just means beef and I believe pork count as red meat. Beef and pork.
Informed decisions, not decisions clouded by what I call covert activism, right? And
yeah, or overt activism.
Make the informed decision to eat your fucking fruits and vegetables, please. This is kindergarten shit.
For that matter.
Yeah. Or, you know, misinformation or disinformation about what it means to eat healthily today. Ultimately, I don't care. You know, if somebody wants to...
Otherwise known as lies.
Yes, precisely.
Beef, pork, lamb, and goat.
Yeah, I mean, I would, for people that have seen a reprieve of symptoms from some of these awful conditions that people suffer from.
Yeah.
Like, keep doing it.
Yeah.
I would love to see the data on that. Let's see. All meat diet studies. The Harvard Carnivore Diet Study. Behavioral characteristics and self-reported health status among 2,029 adults consuming a carnivore diet. Why are you... No. What is this? Fuck you. Healthline. Carnivore diet. All you need to know. No controlled studies support claims that the carnivore diet can help eliminate health issues. It lacks beneficial nutrients, including fiber and plant compounds like antioxidants. It may be unsafe for some people. It is unsafe for everybody. It's a fucking carnivore diet. It's unsafe for if you are a living, breathing human being and you're not a cat, don't do a carnivore diet. Okay? You're not a fucking carnivore. You're an omnivore with a leaning toward plant food. Okay? We lean toward a plant diet. And that's why vegetarianism and veganism is acceptable and carnivore diets are not. You will not get the nutrients that you need. You cannot break down all the compounds that are inside of meat in order to get the benefits from it. You will fuck your health. Do not do a carnivore diet. It is bad for you. And these pieces of shit are lying to you.
I think that for somebody with a robust gut microbiome who, you know, I think people should be able to tolerate, and not just tolerate, but to derive,
benefit
a health benefit from, many of these so-called plant defense compounds, even cruciferous vegetables, which have become demonized in certain carnivore circles, due to, certain glucosinolate compounds or compound like
Every vegetable is demonized in a fucking carnivore circle. They're carnivores. They're disgusting. That's not human. I'm sorry.
sulforaphane, which, there are actual randomized human trials that show that these compounds can actually help us detoxify from some of these environmental pollutants that we know, play a role in
I'd
disease.
love to see them.
Obviously, you can get a certain dose.
Is he talking about compounds from meat or from like, what did he say? What kind of vegetables? Cruciferous. That's like broccoli, cauliflower, spinach, stuff like that.
Trials that show that these compounds can actually help us detoxify from some of these environmental pollutants.
Okay, if he's talking about vegetables, I agree. Vegetables, if you want to talk about detoxing to the extent that you can actually detox, vegetables are the best way to do it, okay? Because they have nutrients and they have, and another good way to do it is yogurt, because you can actually help your gut biome, your microbiome in your gut with yogurt and with like good dairy products. But yogurt's probably the best. Eggs are good for your microbiome as well. But yeah, if he's talking about vegetables, I agree. They like antioxidants are a thing. And if you don't know what antioxidants are, just real quick, sorry, I know I'm being very ADHD right now. Antioxidants basically, so there's a thing in your body called free radicals. And free radicals happen as a result of breathing, if you can believe it. Free radicals are O negative atoms, basically. There are ions, I should say, ions. And the more O negative ions that you have in your body, the worse it is for you, because your body takes oxygen and breaks it apart, and that's kind of how your body like utilizes oxygen, right? And when your body breaks apart oxygen, it leaves behind what's called free radicals. And free radicals are very reactive, and they can actually cause damage to your DNA, and that's thought to be what causes the aging process, right? It like shortens the DNA or something like that. So to get rid of free radicals and prevent aging, you can take what's called antioxidants. And antioxidants are things that will eat up the free radicals instead of your body and kind of pass them through, right? It's very simple. It's basically just a cleanup mechanism for free radicals. It helps keep you looking younger. It helps keep you feeling better. And guess where antioxidants come from? Fruits and vegetables. So eat your goddamn fruits and vegetables. Eat your raspberry juice or whatever it is, your cranberry juice, chock full of antioxidants, all right? Good for you. Slurp it up, okay? Fruits and vegetables. Do not do this carnivore diet shit. Jesus Christ.
That we know,
Detoxify isn't real. I just mean to the extent that it is real. It's not real, but to the extent that it is, fruits and vegetables are the best way to detoxify, okay?
Play a role in disease. Obviously, you can get a certain dose, if you will, of phytochemicals from eating animal source foods, but carotenoids like lutein and zeaxanthin, which we know are very beneficial to brain health, you're not going to find a better source of them in the supermarket than kale, for example, which people love to hate on.
Yes.
But
so then why are you pushing a carnivore diet? Why? Why would you do that? Shut up.
Foods like kale, spinach, dark leafy greens,
red meat is not good for
vegetables, you. I think that I do think that for most people, the benefits outweigh the risks.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Jordan Peterson is well known for his carnivore diet shit and also passing out from apple cider, so maybe he's not the best person to take dietary advice from. I'm just a nurse, though. What the hell do I know? I'm just saying. Yeah, fruit's great for you. Add just a little water to honey and it spoils very fast. Oh, Lady Nova, I thought you were being like, honey, no. Honey? Honey, sweetie. Honey, no. Honey is it can be good for you. Honey, no. Honey, sweetie, sweaty. I'm not a valley girl. I kind of want to do one more before I end. I'm going to take a brief intermission once more, and I will be right back. Okay. What's up? Cat. Oh. Come here, little girl. pick her up. Get her. Bring me the child.
Baby. Here she is.
Hello, baby.
Here we go. Yes. It's the people.
Say hi.
Say hi to the people. Defended. She has been captured. Oh, here.
You can hold him. He usually doesn't let me.
Oh, hello.
Say hi to Milo, everybody. That was Winry. Say hi to Milo.
This is my baby. This is my baby. I've had him since I was 16 years old and I'm 27 now. So, and I found, well, I didn't find him. A coworker of mine found him as a 4-week-old kitten. Or not 4 weeks, 6 weeks, excuse me, 6 weeks. But his eyes had not yet turned over, so we knew he was an itsy bitsy baby. And I begged and pleaded with my parents to let me keep him. And now he's 11. Aren't ya? He's a little middle-aged man. He's becoming an elderly gentleman. Okay.
Katie's gonna pick up our dinner while I do one more segment.
I'm
Say
going
thank
to
you,
get
Katie.
dinner.
Say thank you, Katie.
Go for a walk. It'll be good for me anyhow.
Say thank you for letting us do another seggy, Katie.
I do what I can. Okay. All right. Love you too. I'll be back.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I got it paid for. It should be ready in like between 6 and 16 minutes.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you in a bit. All right, I have no idea what we're doing our next segment on. Katie seems really sweet. She is the sweetest. I love her. Want some Christian content? Please. That'd be amazing. Like 2, I'm gonna hop off. Have a good night, Lady Nova. Thanks so much for being here. Love you. I love their hoodie. I bought their hoodie a while back for their for the second birthday that I ever had with her. She goes by they, she, they, just so you know. I have to catch most of today's on VODs anyway. Yeah, sorry. I should start streaming earlier. Driving a hot one? Oh, Mike Winger. Is he like the new,
I'm the only Christian in my whole...
That's a good one. I'll wait to see what Oasis has to offer. DMing? This looks like a really good one, though. It's hard to think of my loved ones in hell.
On June 13 through 15.
Okay.
Hey everyone, by now.
Sorry.
On June 13 through 15,
I'm gonna say, not this one, Oasis. We'll save this one for another day. Feel free to remind me. Let me get a little taste.
Revelation 13. The beast of Revelation 13 symbolizes a gigantic Antichrist power that attempts to displace God. And
This looks juicy as shit. I'm not gonna do it today just because it's a little long. I think this is the perfect length. Perfect length. Oh, y'all ever seen the Kronk dick size meme? Kronk dick rating. Kronk rates your croc.
Okay, let's see what we're working with. Whoa. Nice cock. Thick, but not too flaccid. Perfect length. A nice 80-degree angle. Could trim the hairs a bit, but we'll work on it. Yep. I'd say that's a pretty good cock. I rate it 8.5 out of 10. Good job, kiddo.
Oh, man. Good shit. I love that. All right. Antichrist prophecy shit is definitely a bigger unpacking you could do. Oh, for sure. It's literally like it gets down to the level of like, well, this number is 13, and 13 is unlucky, and 13 is the same number of stripes on the flag, and the flag is representative of this, and then this thing relates back to the Pentagon, and the Pentagon is hiding aliens, and the aliens are gonna do like it's wild some shit that people come up with. They like treat real life as like a huge puzzle. It's crazy. Anyway. So if you're Christian, or religious of any sort of, really, we have to contend with the idea of the afterlife. And most versions of the afterlife have some sort of hell, right? There's a place that you go to that is bad, that is eternal, that is suffering, and you really don't want to think of your loved ones going there, right? And especially for Christians, because I used to be Christian. Christians believe that going to hell is inevitable if you don't, well, at least many Christians believe. Going to hell is inevitable if you don't believe in Jesus and God, right? And so a lot of Christians, especially fundamentalist Christians, have a tough time contending with that because they have loved ones who are atheists or different religions or veer off from Christianity or whatever else, who they sincerely believe are going to hell. I don't believe my religion even has a hell. Well, that's good. That's good. I think the idea of hell is very toxic. I think that that's where a lot of problems with religion stem from. But yeah, this person, Mike Winger, contends with that, saying it's hard to think of my loved ones in hell. And I agree. I think that's a very difficult thing to contend with if you're a Christian or any religious denomination that believes in some sort of hell. So this is about a 5-minute video. I would like to see what Mike Winger has to say about this. I think it'll be a very interesting discussion. I don't know Mike Winger at all, but I was told that this would be good content. So let's take a look at what we got. This was a content suggestion, by the way, posted in the Discord server. You too can join the Discord server through the YouTube description link and post content that you think would be good to go over in chat. Or sorry, in stream. Okay? So there you go. All right, let's get started.
I'm the only Christian in my whole biological family. How do I not despair at the fact that they're all headed to hell as it stands? It's leading me to doubt the goodness of God. Wow, Sean. Thank you for the sincerity of your question. And just so you know, I don't.
Okay, so this is going to be a question. I thought this was going to be this guy asking the question, but Mike Winger here. Let's take a real quick look at Mike Winger and what he's about. Mike Winger. You will learn to think biblically about everything so you can deal with false teaching, know what Scripture says about specific issues, prove Christianity is true. Okay, so yeah, he's a Christian zealot. Christian zealot, it seems like. We won't say zealot just yet. Let's backtrack a little bit. Let's just say Christian. He's a hardline Christian. Let's just say that, okay? Let's take a look at what he has to say to this person who is having a hard time contending with the idea of their loved ones in hell.
I'm not responding weird to it at all. It's not totally unlike my situation growing up. I was the only Christian, only person I would consider a genuine Christian that was part of my close family.
Nerd. Just saying.
And that was discouraging. But it didn't stay that way, thank God. But there's two issues here. One is just you feeling sorrowful about the fate of your family, and the other is you actually thinking it's making me doubt God's goodness. That's a struggle I think a lot of Christians have felt when they think of someone they love and care about, and they think that that person I don't think that person's saved. I think a lot of the viewers, people watching this, you feel that too, and I can say a few things that,
having a little trouble.
Do I have like the magic bullet that's going to fix this? I doubt it, but maybe I'll say a few things that I think help me.
Okay.
And genuinely do help me. And one.
Yes. How can I contend with the fact that as a Christian, right? If I were a Christian, that all of my loved ones who don't believe in Christ are going to hell, right? How do I contend with that fact? Let's take a look.
One of them is just the advice of wait. You don't yet understand.
What is that spelling? What are you doing, YouTube auto caption? What the fuck is a wait? The wait. Wait. Obsolete spelling of weight. W-E-I-G-H-T. Thanks, YouTube.
Goodness of God in relation to his judgment of sin and his punishment of sinners. You don't yet understand that. But you will. You just have to wait. There's this amazing passage in Revelation.
Well, you don't get it, bro. You don't get it. There's a reason for it. There's a reason that your loved ones and family are going to hell to suffer for all eternity, including your child who's estranged from you and won't call you anymore because they're atheist, and you keep trying to evangelize to them about why they should be Christian, right? And why they're actually going to hell if they don't become Christians. Your child is going to hell. But trust me and trust God. Just trust us, bro. Just trust us. There's a reason for it, okay? There's a reason for it.
19, where
amazing passage.
They're actually praising God for his judgment on the Great Babylon, right? And he's punishing them and punishing the wicked, and the saints are worshiping God because his judgments are good.
Now, if I recall correctly, Babylon, God punished them because they built a very tall tower. Is that right? They built a very tall building, and God was like, ain't having that, bro. And then he destroyed it and made them suffer, right? I believe that's what happened. Trust the plan. Just trust the plan, bro. Just trust. I hope nothing real bad happens to non-believers. I'm still trying to establish my beliefs. If you think that bad things happen to people who are not bad, I'm sorry, but that is a bad belief to have. I believe that there are Christians who think that, like, okay, so my version of Christianity right before I left was this, and I think this is fine. If you are a person who lives your life decently and loves your neighbor as you love yourself, right? If you truly do, like, if you are a good person, you're going to heaven. If you're a good person, you're going to heaven. I also thought that hell was just a bad idea in general, and I stopped believing in it as a concept, or at least that it was temporary, at the very least. If you think that hell's temporary, I think that's fine. If you think that purgatory exists, I think that's fine. I think purgatory is a better idea than hell, personally. I'm personally from a Catholic family, and I think purgatory is better. But I don't think that it should be hinging on whether or not you believe in God. You know what I mean? Just because I believe something, I might still disagree with it. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. I mean, if you believe... Okay, so here's the thing. If you believe that we live in a universe with a God, and you think that that God sends good people to hell, wage war on God. All right? I'm taking that line from actual Jake. Wage war on God. Because he deserves it. Okay? He is not worthy of worship if he sends good people to eternal suffering. That's just the fact. I'm not going to back off of that. Okay? I know that I said I was going to backtrack a little bit on hating on Christianity. I don't think this is hating on Christianity. I think that's just a fact. If you think that God sends good people to eternal suffering, or even bad people for that matter, but let's say good people for all intents and purposes, good, decent people to hell for all eternity because they did not believe in him, you believe in a bad God. Okay? And I don't like your belief. And I will stand by that. I missed him and thought I had to grind souls to get to the next area after the blacksmith, so I ventured to the beginning and found him by chance going back upwards. Are you talking about Dark Souls? For the record, I still don't know where to go. What? Oh, y'all are talking about fucking Dark Souls. Shut the fuck up.
Good. In fact, this is what Psalm 119 says. Your judgments are just
I was like, I thought you were talking
true,
about God.
and they're pure. Like, God's judgments are actually good. Well, Revelation, here's why it's so encouraging to me. This passage comes at a time when the saints are standing and beholding the judgment of God, but they're also
I
beholding
need to go back and see the passage again.
on the Great Babylon, right? And he's punishing them and punishing the wicked.
Babylon.
And the saints are worshiping God because his judgments are good. In fact, this is what Psalm 119 says. Your judgments are just and true, and they're pure. Like, God's judgments are actually good.
So this sounds like it's coming from a place of whatever God says is good, regardless of how bad it actually is. This would be like asking somebody, if God told you to kill somebody, would you do it? Right? The answer is no. If God told you to kill somebody, the correct answer is no, you would not. Okay? If your answer is anything but that, then I'm sorry, but you're a little lost in the sauce. Okay? If God tells you to kill somebody, you say no. Unless that person is like literally in the process of committing some atrocious crime, right? Like, there are reasons to kill, but it's pretty much always in self-defense or the defense of other people. If God tells you to kill somebody in any other circumstance, you say no.
Well, Revelation, here's why it's so
Rise up and
encouraging
fight
to me.
God,
This
yes.
passage comes
Anime
at a
protagonist
time
mode.
when the saints are standing and beholding the judgment of God, but they're also beholding the God who is judge. And when they see not just their mental image of a wrathful God beating up on people, but they see the true, righteous, pure, perfect, holy God.
So they delude themselves because that's what God is doing. He's beating up on people who did nothing wrong. They built a very tall building. That's what they did in Babylon. They built a very tall building. And then God punished them. That's Babylon.
And they see perfect justice being meted out against
What
humans.
justice?
But they see this in the right context of God's holiness.
What?
They're actually praising God. What I'm saying is, you don't maybe get it now, but there's a day when you will get it, and all you have to do is wait.
Huh? Listen. If you don't get something right now, you should question it. If there's a reason that God is doing something, he should explain that shit to you. Okay? Maybe his reasoning is, like in the case of Babylon, I don't like that you're building a very tall tower because I feel like you're trying to reach me, quote unquote. Right? Like, I feel like you're trying to subvert my greatness. And that's just not acceptable. Like, you can't just kill people because you're upset that they're building a very tall tower. Okay, that's not a matter of just waiting and seeing and understanding later. Okay? All he's saying to this person, remember the original question was, how do I contend with the fact that my loved ones are going to hell? That's essentially the question. That it's hard to think of my loved ones in hell. And that's a very valid question. And all he's saying is, well, bro, you just got to trust the system, bro. You got to trust God that he knows what's right and what to do, right? And I'm sorry, but that's bullshit. That's complete bullshit. If your God is sending people that you love and you know are good people to eternal suffering, then fuck your God. Fuck him. Seriously, no, this isn't a matter of me hating Christians. If your God, if you really believe that your God is sending good people, good, decent people to eternal, or anybody for that matter, to eternal suffering, like eternal torture, fuck your God, okay? He's not mine.
All you have to do is wait, and you say, Lord, I don't understand this, but I trust you.
Nice,
I trust
Fred
your
Mercury.
character, and I will choose to trust in your goodness and not try
Nope.
to make, and
Nope.
catch the silliness
That's
of
cuck
this
shit.
stuff. Not try to make
Absolute cuck shit. I reject this with my entire being. Sorry.
judgment calls on God's judgments. This is silly. We're setting ourselves up as the judge of God when we try to make judgment calls on God's judgment.
Oh, I love judging God. God has done horrific things if you were to believe the Bible. Remember that time he flooded the entire earth and killed like babies and shit? Yeah, I'll judge God. God deserves it.
So I encourage you, please don't do that. This is where you just have to simply look at yourself and say, if I disagree with God, I've got to be wrong somewhere. Like I don't know where yet. I'll find out later.
If you read the Bible, I've said this before. If you read the Bible from a literary analysis perspective and you come out the other end thinking that God is the good guy, something is intrinsically wrong with you, my friend. I'm sorry, but God is the bad guy in the Bible if you read it literally. Because the Bible says that God is omnipotent, all-knowing, all-loving, and all-powerful. And yet somehow he still finds it in himself to dick around with Adam and Eve with the tree in the middle of the garden, right? When they had no knowledge of good and evil. So that's one. Two, he killed a fuck ton of people with the flood and with all kinds of other atrocities that he committed. He tricked Moses into thinking that he had to kill his own firstborn. Okay? And it was like, no, bro, no, I was just kidding. Bro, it was a prank, bro. It was a prank. It was a prank. Trust me. No. Trust me, bro. It was a prank. You have to kill your kid. Listen, I know that I'm like all powerful and everything, and then I literally have the power to send you to eternal suffering and all that. But like, bro, it's just a prank, man. What, you're going to kill your kid just because I said that? Come on, man. Like, he did that. And then on top of all that, he also tortured his son to death. All right? He tortured his son to death in the Bible. That is a thing that he did that he chose to do. Okay? So if you come out of the Bible from a literary analysis thinking that God is the good guy, you are a psycho. You're a psycho. I'm sorry. There's no other way to put it.
But I've got to be way off base somewhere. It's like if I came up to someone who's building a wall and they're a master mason, and I look at them and I go, what are you doing, man? That looks so weird. In my brain, I cannot understand any reason why you do that. It doesn't seem safe or wise.
Huh?
But there's a little part of me, a little voice in my head that says, Mike, you don't know anything about this wall or building walls. You just glanced at it and you
could ask why they're building it, and then they would probably tell you why. Or it's just their right to build the wall, right? Unless they're doing it on public property. Ecclesiastes 3:3, a time to kill. Nice.
You made a judgment. This is the master mason. You should just let him do his job.
No. If somebody's building a wall out in the public and like it's impeding upon my, like, here's a good, I think this is a very good point of comparison, actually, because let's consider this. Let's say that you're traveling to work, right? Let's say you're driving to work and somebody is in the middle of the fucking road building a wall. They're just sitting there sculpting it, right? They're just sitting there sculpting it. And you have to stop and you have to be like, dude, and you honk your horn. You're like, you stick your out of the, why the fuck are you building a wall in the middle of the highway? I'm trying to get to work here. And the guy's like, I'm the master mason. You have to trust my judgment. You must trust my judgment. I'm the master mason. I've been recognized by institutions all over the world. You must trust my judgment. This wall must be built. And you say, oh, the master mason, I apologize. Okay, clearly you have a good reason, right? Why are you building this wall? And they say, well, you just have to trust me. This wall is very important. You have to trust me on this. Are you going to accept that? I think the fuck not. I'm trying to get to work, motherfucker. I'm not sitting here and letting you build this fucking wall without you explaining to me why the fuck you're building it. I don't give a shit what master mason you are. You can still make the dumbass decision to build a wall in the middle of the fucking highway. I gotta get to work, damn it. That's all I'm saying. All right? Yeah, trust me, bro. I'm sorry. And if you want to relate this to God and how he interferes with the lives of other people, imagine being gay. Or maybe you are gay, okay? I've heard that they exist. Perhaps in my audience even. If you're gay or trans, and then God tells you, hey, don't do that. Hey, don't do that. You're just supposed to trust him. Somehow. For some reason. You're not doing anything wrong except for being gay or trans. And that's not even wrong. Okay? Just that God says it is, and he says don't do that. And you're just supposed to fucking trust him. I think not. He better give you a good, solid fucking reason. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
God is the ultimate righteous, perfect, pure judge.
I'm on my way to work.
Let him do his job. You share it with your family when you can. preach the gospel to them as much as you're able to, with wisdom and knowing like strategy and tactic and about how to try to keep those doors open wherever possible, and be invitational, be when necessary confrontational, never reactionary, always loving, but full of courage, all those things.
You're reactionary by default when you're telling people not to be gay or trans, or when telling them you have to believe in God. That is reactionary by default. Sorry.
But ultimately, trust God and just wait. He's going to judge perfectly and righteously. And there's a time coming where, as shocking as this may sound,
it's what you think is perfect. It's what you think is perfect. That doesn't mean it's fucking perfect. You just trust God because you're a cuck. Okay? You have no reason to trust him. You just do. It's cuck shit.
To somebody, I think it'll be comforting to others when they will look at the fact that God is judged. Even
He's sending your family to hell, man. You said it. You said it. He's sending your family to hell, and you're just like, okay. No, that's fine. It's all good. He knows best, I guess, right? No, fuck that. I love my family. Well, I have 5 brothers and sisters and a dad and a mom that I love very fucking much. And if any of them go to eternal suffering, I'm going to look God in the face and say, fuck you. Fuck you. Okay? That's how much I love my fucking family. How much do you love yours?
Even people they loved, they will look at it and go, wow, that was so hard for me to understand, but now I get it. Now I see your holiness, Lord, your goodness, your love.
Nope.
I see the love you have for them as well, but I also see their choices.
Party of family values, by the way.
And I see that you've judged perfectly, and I say, praise you, Lord, for your righteousness.
I think not.
That time is coming.
Nope, sorry. If my God sends my loved ones to... Here, I'll let it finish real quick.
All you got to do is wait.
Nope. If my God sends my loved ones to hell, I think not. I will say, fuck you, God. I'm waging war on you. I will wage war on you. I think the fuck not. That's just my 2 cents. God never specifically said being gay is wrong. That was other people in the Bible. I've been told that. I don't really care. People look at the Bible and they say being gay is wrong. So, being gay is fine. I just don't give a shit what the Bible says. I don't care anymore. I don't care. The Bible is just nothing to me. It doesn't mean anything. It's a story. It's a story where Yahweh is the bad guy. That's what the Bible is. Okay. I love that emote. Hey, who's live? You wanna watch One Piece? Yes! Yes! Let's go. I'm gonna watch One Piece with my fiance, guys. Ooh, is Jovan Bradley still live? I love that guy.
I'm the only...
I've been listening to a lot of Jovan Bradley lately. Hell yes, let's raid Jovan Bradley. Should I watch One Piece? Yes and no. It's very, very good. It's also very, very long. It will get you very, very emotionally invested.
You will hurt yourself.
There you go.
You will love it, and you will hurt yourself, and you will hate that it lets you. You will hate that you let it hurt you so many times, but you will love it.
Would dubbed be okay? Dubbed is always okay.
Is great.
Dubbed is always okay. Just so you know. Dubbed is fine.
Watch sub, watch dub, it doesn't matter.
Reading
Watch
is
what you like.
Reading is fun and it is much faster. If you want to read it, that's fine. I will say there are a few changes from the manga. I think that the anime does some things better. The manga does some things better. There was a recent Zoro fight that I think the anime extended and did much, much better. Gave it the love that it required. I think the manga right now is kind of in a hurry, to get this shit out. I think that Oda's editors are being quite finicky about the timeline, but it's still very good. So yes, definitely read it, definitely watch it, whatever you want to do. You feel free to skip the spoiler. People like the spoiler, some people don't. So perhaps I should get into the manga instead. Yeah, read the manga. That's fine. Manga's fine. Manga's great. I think that
Do whatever you want. Whatever will bring you joy.
I think that the voice actors bring a lot of character to them. I think that they bring a lot of like life to them. But it's totally up to you, however you want to experience it. Even the live action is good. Watch the live action.
Also, just like from my perspective as someone who both reads and watches, because I am currently reading the Full Metal Alchemist manga, and I have watched that show 10 times, all the way through. Brotherhood, not 2003. And I will say, I think it would have been a really interesting experience to have read it first and kind of like imagined the voices these characters would have in my own head rather than what I hear now all the time, which is just, you know, the English dub voice actors, because that's how I've watched it 10 times.
They're perfect in my opinion.
I know, it's not a bad thing. I love it. I'm just saying there is a certain joy
Pentachromatic string.
I hate that, man. If you don't know who I'm talking about and you decide to start One Piece, I'm going to apologize for the man who will say that in the very far future when you get to chapter 700 and whatever. Yeah, you'll hate him. At least I hope you'll hate him, because I don't understand people who like him. Actually, sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to judge, but he's so awful.
He's a little silly.
He's not silly. He's awful. He is terrible, and I hate him.
If you are a One Piece fan and have not watched Melon T on YouTube, she's great.
She is great.
I love Melon T. And she started showing her face recently.
Really?
Yeah, she did, yeah.
Good for her.
She's great. Okay, y'all, I'm going to drop you off with Joven Bradley. Hopefully he's still live. If not, go somewhere else. Fuck off, I don't care. Thank you all so much for being here. I love you all very much. I had a great time today. Had a great time with Tina as well. You can find Tina's Twitch link in my description. Go follow her. She's fantastic. We don't agree on everything, but she is doing very good coverage of the Israel-Palestine conflict / invasion, whatever you want to call it. Israel's bad, etc. So anyway, Joven Bradley. Love that guy. He does debates, lots of debates. If you like debates, he is the guy to go to. So I'm going to raid into him. Here, I'll link his thing real quick so that you guys can get to it. Oh shit, is he still live? Uh-oh, he might not be. Oh, he is. Good. .tv/Joven Bradley. Nope, that's not it. Joven _ Bradley, that's what it is. There we go. All right, YouTubers, here's the link. If you're on my site, I will be hosting. It'll be very easy to get to. Go enjoy Joven Bradley. I'm going to watch One Piece with my fiance. You all have a great night. Love you all. Have a great rest of your weekend. I will see you all probably on Tuesday. Good night, everybody.